I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fam's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while sizzling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
There we go. There we are. What's good, party people in the place to be? What's good with you? It's the number one Chief Rock in Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, coming through to rock the spot. Welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show, the Knicks at Night podcast. Salute, salute, salute. Salute, salute, salute. So I was just I was running a little bit late. I was in the bedroom watching Fritz Alcindor and the NBA Economy show on the big TV. Salute to Fritz Alcindor, man. Appreciate the content, my brother. Appreciate the content. I was just in there, so I was running a little bit late, man. Me and Benny in there watching Fritz Alcindor try to trade. try to trade Julius Randle to the Jupiter Tritons. Salute my guy Fritz Alcindor. Salute, respect to Fritz Alcindor. He was breaking down a lot of stuff, man. He talked about a lot of stuff in like a 30-minute show. That was a lot of content, man, and I appreciate shows like that just you know what I'm saying, talk about certain things or whatever. So salute to a lot wise. Building Blocks is in the building. Salute. Danny Landis is in the building. Salute to my guy, Danny Landis. Pierre Moise is in the building. Salute my guy. Pierre Moise is in the building. Salute. JJ is in the building. JJ, what we gonna do, bro? JJ, what we gonna do? You know what I'm talking. JJ, you know what I'm talking about, bro. JJ, you know what I'm talking about, man. I need to do a Mets show on this channel. Maybe like 30 minutes or so, just talk about my Mets. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do an entire Mets channel. It's just too much stuff to handle and all that stuff, man. I don't want to. Man, as Fritz Alcindor, having a YouTube channel is a major job, man. It's a major job, man. But JJ, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about the Mets here. I just wanted to reach out to my guy JJ, man. Make sure me and JJ not on the ledge together. Like somebody got to go. You know what I'm saying? So Tonight's topic is what Knicks player is facing the biggest expectation. And I already know what most people want to say. Most people want to say anything. This is how it works in Knicks universe. Anything possible or anything positive, let's talk about Jalen Brunson. Anything neutral or negative, let's talk about Julius Randle. That's the recipe. That's the recipe, right? The recipe is anything positive, talk about Jalen Brunson. Anything neutral or negative, talk about Julius Randle. That's the recipe, right? And listen, as one who likes both, I think it's unfair, but y'all already know, man, Randle is my heartstring, bro. Randle is my son, bro. Randle Julius Randle and my oldest son are the same age, right? So when I see Randle, right, I kind of see like when I see the stuff Randle going through, my son's going through some similar stuff. And it's like, yo, I just identify Randle's not my son. I don't mean for that to be I don't mean to sound disrespectful with that. Randle's a grown person with his own family, professional, all that stuff. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm negative on Brunson because he gets the positive, all the positive feedback and talk. Listen, it's not a negative on Brunson or a negative on Randle. I'm just saying the pulse of the fan base is anything positive related to Jalen Brunson. Anything negative or neutral related to Julius Randle. It's as if we can't help ourselves, right? Like nobody is talking about Jalen Brunson taking his extension at a certain time so he'll be available for trade at a certain day. Nobody is talking about Jalen Brunson like that. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. Salute. Kenny Payne. Salute. Nobody is talking about Josh Hart being available for trade. Nobody's talking about, say, Dante DiVincenzo being available or OG Anunoby signing his contract on a certain day. So he'll be available for trade on a certain day. It's only Randle, right? It's only Randle. Nobody's talking about trading Mitch. It's only Randle. Is it fair? Is it unfair? It's all about your perspective. But if we're talking about the biggest expectations for a Knicks player, the player right now at this moment, right in August, without anything else happening going further, the player with the most expectations is OG Anunoby. OG Anunoby gets paid the most money. And we relate salary with greatness. Whether it's fair or unfair. Whether it's fair or unfair. Whether it's fair or unfair, fans of any sport generally relate salary, what a player makes, to a player's production. Whether it's fair or unfair. Right? Whether it's fair or unfair. Fritz Alcindor says Robinson is expected to be the guy. I'm not sure how to read that. Or I'm sure how to read it. I'm not sure on how to receive that. Let me put it that way. I'm not sure. First, I'm not for sure how to receive that, bro. Robinson is expected to be the guy. And JJ says, the guy, what? Yeah. I'm not for sure on how to receive that one. That one kind of caught me a little off guard also. I wish I can get this background thing better. See, I look like Mr. Anderson. I look like Mr. Anderson in the with all the gray stuff going on. Sherwin is in the building. Fritz says Robin is expected to be starter quality this season. Okay. I'm just not for sure how to I'm not for sure how to yeah. What I will say though, OG Anunoby being the highest paid Knick, and with Jalen Brunson being Teflon, look for fans to expect OG Anunoby to be the guy because of salary. It comes with great paychecks come great responsibility. Is that how the saying go? With great paychecks come great responsibility. Fritz says, can Robinson put in 24 minutes a game long term? He hasn't done it for a while. His health has to be better. Probably, yeah, probably. Sherwin says, I just want the players to do their norm, no high expectation. I just want OG to play great defense. Right. Yep. Yep. So my thing is, I've been an OG Anunoby fan for a while, right? Even beyond the Knicks years, when I was excited to see Quickly go, I was a little frustrated, right? To see RJ go, I was a little frustrated, even though I knew it was probably time. Coaches in the building, salute. But I've been a fan of OG Anunoby for quite some time. And while working on this, I was thinking about putting together some defensive numbers for OG Anunoby to express to you how great of a player OG Anunoby is. And then I thought about it. You already know how great OG Anunoby is. We know how great OG Anunoby is. Nobody doubts his defensive greatness. At least I don't. At least I don't. I'm going to have to get a background or something to put up behind me, y'all. I'm going to have to get a background to put up behind me. I don't like the way this looks. Yeah, I don't like the way that look. And then I position this. I'm in a room that I'm fixing up. I'm trying to turn this thing into an office. So I'm in a brand new room and I'm not finished painting in here and any of that stuff. It's like, it's my setup. I have to have things in here set up. Basically, I have to have a separate room. I have to have a separate room for PII that I can lock that'll be adjacent to the house. And this is the room, but it's not set up for occupation. It's basically like a closet. So I have to fix it up in here so it's not painted. Yeah. And so I have a green screen, Fritz. I just don't have the bar for it. So I have a green screen. I I think I left the bar. I think we were shooting something in Atlanta, and I think one of the pieces is the stand for the green screen. I think so I'm missing a part of it. So Cardiac Nick says OG's D is heavily overrated. Based on statistics, bro. Based on statistics, is him, Alex Caruso, and Lou Dort, and perimeter defense, bro. And Cardiac Nick Falls, he says, y'all think OG's D is at Scottie Pippen's level, and it's not even close to Pippen's. I was on the verge, I was on the verge of saying something very controversial. Like I legit was gonna say Scottie Pippen in today's NBA would get roasted by prime KD and roasted by prime LeBron and roasted by a lot of these guys, but Scottie Pippen doesn't play in today's NBA. OG Anunoby does. So yeah. Just Knicks is in the building. Yeah, just based on, even with Uncle Freezy eyes, you can see OG Anunoby is a great defender. I mean, so I don't want to overrate him. Based on generationally, I do want to just state he's a great defender for his time. And he has, and Fritz Alcindor, do you know how much OG Anunoby makes? Is OG Anunoby the highest paid? OG Anunoby is the highest paid Nick, right? Does anybody know Fritz OG Anunoby's salary? I'm gonna turn this off real quick and try to set up the green screen real quick behind me, just bear with me for a split second. Now I ain't gonna leave y'all like that, man. I'm gonna just rock with this for a little bit. So Fritz says this season, OG Anunoby's salary is $36 million. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Actually, I think that's pretty doggone good. Knicks will beat Knicks in 26 is in the building. He says OG has the biggest expectation. A healthy OG from April to June equals championships. Still Knicks fans is in the building. Yo, I was just about to call you, bro. I was just about to call Still Knicks fans, because the word on the street was that Still Knicks fans was trying to trade Julius Randle. We was like, yo, no, the Ledge is trying to trade Julius Randle? The most popping show on YouTube is trying to trade Julius Randle? What's going on in these YouTube streets? Salute to my guy, Ron. Fritz Alcindor is in the building. Salute, sir.
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
Fire show earlier, bro.
Oh, thanks. Nah, it's not that great. It wasn't that great.
Nah, you bugging,
I'm
bro.
beginning.
Nah, you bugging, bro. The flow was dope. The topics were dope. I like how you were informed about the stuff that you were talking about. You didn't just come in babbling about random stuff. You would hit it. You hit a home run, bro, on this show, right? On that show. And I'm gonna advise everybody watching now, if you have not done so, man, make sure y'all check out NBA economy show. You know what I'm saying? So that you can get information. Right. So you can get information. It was a quality thing, man. I generally don't watch every Knicks show on YouTube just because I get frustrated with everybody talking about the same thing, just recycling the same old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is like that Digital Underground song, All Around the World, same song. But I watched Fritz earlier, and Fritz was breaking down some stuff. So it was like watching Still Knicks fans when they had 650 subscribers. I remember when Still Knicks fans had 650 subscribers, and I was like, yo, whoever that dude is behind that microphone, he got something with him. When I first saw Still Knicks fans, I was thinking, whoever that is behind the microphone, he reminds me of Frankie Crocker, the original Chief Rocker, Frankie Crocker. That's who he reminded me of, man. But yeah,
he big time. He big time.
Talking about Still Knicks fans, they big time now. Yeah, they big time now. I remember when they was mom and pop though. I remember before they start franchising out. I remember when they was mom and pop fire. But the point I was getting to is I heard the content on the NBA economy show earlier, and I felt like you really did a service to the Knicks community. So
thank you, bro.
Yeah, man. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Fritz Alexander doesn't know how to take compliments. You see how nervous he got just now? He was
my dad's Haitian. I didn't get many compliments.
Haitian, another Haitian brethren. Haitian brethren, what is a compliment? I never got one, so I don't know what it's like. Yeah, what is a compliment? That's unfamiliar territory to me. But yeah, so I heard the show. Don't want to spoil what you said on the show. So I'm not. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna not speak to that.
No, it's for the community. It's for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I just want to give you your kudos on it. If you want to talk about that stuff, that's fine, man. But I would, man, y'all check out NBA Economy Show, man. Hit the like button, subscribe, and that way when Fritz gets off the spreadsheets and all that stuff and turns the microphones on, y'all can check out the info that he has. When Fritz comes back from study hall, he can share the information with y'all. So, yeah, man. So why do you hate Julius Randle?
Love Julius Randle.
Bruh.
He brought us back. He brought us back.
Bruh, hey. I'm not saying you lying. All I'm saying is I do feel like the truth is being flexed. So why do you hate Randle so much, bro?
Unbelievable player. I don't know why people hate him. You know what? I even kind of broached it. I'm like, some people just don't like him. You know what? I think is that he's not super athletic, and I think fans, the younger fans, always want to see someone super athletic. And when you give somebody a lot of money, it's like, he don't really be dunking like them. You know what I mean? They don't. Right. People like flashy. They like something shiny, and he's not shiny. He grinds.
Yeah. I agree with you. I felt like that from day one. So so you and I make the same point. I made it a different way. Randle is not super athletic, and he's not unbelievably out of this world skilled like Luka or Jokic. Right. And so he's somewhere in the middle. Right. But when you say mid to somebody, they think bad. Right. When you say Julius Randle is a cross between Luka and Giannis, They either think the super baby or they think mid.
Mhm.
And honestly, Julius Randle is not as athletic as Giannis, but who is? And he's not as skilled as Luka, but who is?
Mhm.
And so when you're a 20, 10, and 5 guy, basically, you know what I'm saying, without highlight dunks and without highlight threes, people consider you to be mid.
Mhm.
So with that said, we can move off. We can move off Randall because clearly, to all my Haitian people, we love Randall. So I'm gonna just throw that out there. But anyway, the thing with, is it unfair to OG Anunoby? Is it unfair to OG Anunoby to expect him to take a huge leap forward, considering he'll be the highest paid Knick going into the season?
No, I don't think it is, and I don't think it's the money either. It's when he left Toronto, he said he's leaving Toronto not just for the money. He wanted to spread out. He wanted a bigger piece of the offense, and you got the money. And it. I don't think the Knicks paid him based on what they gave him last year. I think a lot of people are going to take it as, oh, we paid him on potential.
Okay.
They didn't say they paid him on potential, but I think a lot of fans take it that he got paid on potential.
Okay. Okay.
So I think
Potential to be what though?
something offensive, something significant offensively, besides 15 points a game.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
I mean, when you compare his defense, people put him in kind of in a Kawhi situation. Offensively, I mean, where do you put him? I you know, they like in Toronto, they didn't run any plays for him, and he complained he didn't like it, and he came here. I don't think we did a lot for him, but I think people will want to see, okay, if we're gonna implement him in this team, um, can 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 he score? Can he score on his own?
Um. Right. So you're making me think on that. So I have a lot of thoughts going through my mind right now. Salute to the son of the legend, Kerry Cox is in the building. Yo, one of my favorite people in the whole Knicks universe, LI1, is in the building. I hope LI1 is cool with me saying LI1 instead of saying Long Island Sound 1. We know what it is. It's enough respect. Enough respect. Who else is here? Fritz, I'm gonna answer. I want to speak to what you just said. But I want to break it down in a way that HRM is in the building. I don't want to get too basketball nerdy because I think at times when I get basketball nerdy, it's not really good for TV, right? But if we're talking about OG Anunoby's offense, I think OG Anunoby can be a 20-point per game scorer as the second or third best player on a team. On this team, when on nights he's going to range from 1 through 4 in terms of being the best player, I can't see him consistently scoring 20 points because you have a high volume weapon in Jalen Brunson. You have a unicorn at power forward in Randall that can rebound and shoot threes. That's super rare that a guy can get rebounds, 10 rebounds, shoot three and I'm thinking Randle's going to shoot about somewhere between 37 and 39% from three this year. And I was going to explain why on a show further into the summer. But just trust me on that. I did some researching on that. So, but the thing with OG Anunoby, with the addition of Mikal Bridges, somebody's offense is going to suffer. Right? Somebody's offense is going to suffer. You have to have Mitchell Robinson's contribution offensively just for the gravitas. You have to have it, right? Mm-hmm. But when it comes to the wing players, there'll be a night where Bridges scores 27 and OG scores 12, and vice versa. There are going to be those nights. Randle is going to be consistently between 18 and 25. You have to have Randle's contribution. Randle has to be between 18 and 25 for everything to work, because we know Brunson is capable of being somewhere between 25 and 40. Brunson is 25 and 40 on any given night. Any given night, Brunson is somewhere between 25 and 40. Right? We don't know what night it's going to be. He probably does it. When the shot is going, it's what it is. But here's how OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges can both live in that 17 points per game window. Sharing the basketball. And when I mean sharing the basketball, I don't mean one person being the primary facilitator. Right? That's not what I'm looking for. Right? When I say share the basketball, what I mean is anytime one of our players gets two defenders on him, they have to make the defense pay with passing to the open player. The person, that the wide open man that gets the space, he has to, and when I say murder, I mean that they have to absolutely punish the closeout. Now, when I mean by punish the closeout, what I mean is if they close out on a wide open shooter recklessly, you have to put the ball on the floor and go by him. Mm-hmm. If they close out on you slow, you have to be able to knock down jump shots against the slow closeout. Now, what does that mean for OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges? And I'm saying them interchangeably, but I'm saying them not interchangeably. If you get what I'm saying, I'm saying them as wing players, but I'm also putting emphasis on OG Anunoby being the more physical of the two, right? And OG Anunoby being the more athletic of the two. When he's right, he's more athletic than Mikal Bridges, right? The key to our offense now is, I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound controversial, but I'm just going to ask everybody to just bear with me and hear my point out, right? Don't clip this before I finish and put it on Twitter. He said what? The key to our offense this season is going to be moving Mitchell Robinson out of the paint and not letting him be the screener. The key to our offense this year is Mitchell Robinson in the corner. Right? So what does that mean exactly? When you hear Mitchell Robinson in the corner, automatically we think people in the corner shoot threes or they attack closeouts, right? But that's not what we're going to have Mitch in the corner for. We're going to have Mitchell Robinson, or the efficiency of having Mitch in the corner is that Mitchell Robinson in the corner takes his defender with him, right? Mitch in the corner takes his defender with him, right? And I know people are going to say immediately, they're going to say, well, Mitch's man is not going to leave the paint to go guard Mitch in the corner. And I understand where you're coming from. right? I understand where you're coming from. But you put Mitch in the corner because you have two elite wings. I said two and put up three fingers. I'm sorry. Two elite wings that thrive in this thing called the 45 cut. And what the 45 cut is, for those that don't know, I'm speaking to the ones that don't know. So chat, I know it's a lot of hoops heads in here that know, but I just want to just elaborate on my point, right? Or just explain my point. If Randle is a screener, or at times if OG is a screener, then your two other wing players, whether it's Randle and Bridges, whether it's OG and Bridges, are on the wing. And once a defender turns their head to attack the pick and roll to shut off the Jalen Brunson drive, once that happens, right? Once a defender turns his head, gets ready to tag, the 45 cut is available. And what it looks like is a lob or a back door from the wing, right? But if the deepest man, which is Mitchell Robinson's man, is the one that rotates over, in all likelihood that it will be the case, then now Mitchell Robinson has a running start to the rim for the thing that we've been asking for the last 2 years. Chat, when Mitchell Robinson leaves the corner and heads to the rim, what is the thing that you expect Mitchell Robinson to be available for when this thing occurs? Somebody put it in the chat. Somebody put it in the chat. What you expect when Brunson turns the corner, Mitch's man, who's the deepest defender, comes over to cut off the drive, and Mitchell Robinson comes back door behind the man that came to shut off the drive. What do y'all think will be there? What do y'all think will be there? It's the lob. It's the lob, right? Right. It's the lob. Sherwin says, yeah, they'll ignore me. No, they can't, bro. They can't ignore Mitch in the corner. You can't do that, bro. You can't just ignore a guy in the corner. You know what I'm saying? You just can't do that. Not in today's NBA, right? And I'm not saying this is going to be the offense all season. What I'm saying is you run mixes of these certain things, because in offense, you want Tom Thibodeau, the principles to Fritz. We know the principles to Tom Thibodeau offense, right? Tom Thibodeau wants 4 things, right? He wants 2 defenders guarding 1 to create space, right? To create spacing, right? So that's 2 things: 2 guarding 1 and spacing. What he also wants is to attack closeouts with 3-pointers or dribble drive. And he also wants mismatches. It's the reason why they do that crazy loop the loop at the top of the key, because they try to create mismatches at the beginning of a play. So when they do run a screen and roll, they'll get the extreme mismatch. So you have to move Mitch out of the paint in order for Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby to thrive in that area. And if you take that away, now you have a multi-pronged offensive attack where everybody eats. Now you don't have to depend on Mitchell Robinson getting offense solely on offensive rebounds and putbacks, right? Just so Mitch is averaging 6 points a game because he gets points from that and make or miss free throws. But now when you take, ironically, it seems counterintuitive, but when you take Mitch away from the rim, right, and space the floor where Randle, Bridges, Brunson, and OG can all thrive in a painted area that's not occupied by Valanciunas or Wemby, right? And I know Wemby can cover a lot of ground, and it seems counterintuitive to say Mitch can score if he's away from the basket, but he can't shoot. Basically, what I'm saying is the more spacing that you provide for each player, the more efficient each player will be. Now OG Anunoby doesn't have to take 17 shots to get 17 points, right? Mikal Bridges doesn't have to get 17 shots to get 17 points, right? These are the type of things. This is the type of, and then especially with Mitch off the floor, and you take Precious to a corner, now there's even more of a threat. And now you see the spacing where Bridges, Randle, and OG can all thrive in the 45 cut, or they can thrive in the baseline cut, all creating space and diverting eyes from the primary ball handler. That'll be Jalen Brunson or whoever the primary ball handler is. So in a long-winded way, in a long-winded way, OG can average 17 points a game. Mikal Bridges can average some 17 and up. And what that also does, just by the mere threat of the 45 cut, now you have opportunity for more corner threes and things of that sort. So, Fritz, if you're asking me, can he score 17, 18 points per game? Absolutely he can, but the offense will have to look different, right? You can't have Brunson doing the Brunson burner and Mitchell Robinson 4 feet away from the rim, and then have OG Anunoby, who's an excellent finisher at the rim, probably one of the better finishers in the league at the rim. You can't have all three of them as a threat and then ask Julius Randle to play bully Randle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I think you have certain Knicks fans. They see the money that he got paid, and they're expecting like an all-star.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't blame them either, though. But what I will say is just because you have all the ingredients doesn't mean the recipe is going to be fire. You can have all the ingredients you want in your house. Doesn't mean that the recipe, doesn't mean that you can have all the ingredients, I'm sorry, but doesn't mean the final product is going to work. In order for our final product to work, we'll have to change Mitchell Robinson's role. Like Mitchell Robinson from now on can't be the screener because he's no threat. He's no threat to catch the ball on the roll. He's no threat to pass in a short roll. He's no threat to shoot it. He's no threat to dribble it. He just set a screen, and now he's occupying the space where the ball handler wants to operate. So how do you rectify that? Well, you pull him away from the rim, right? You pull him away from the rim and hope that his man goes with him, right? Hope that his man goes with him, right? And when our backup big, whoever it is going forward, I don't care if it's Precious, Sims, Walker Kessler, Clint Capella, it don't matter. Whoever the other big is, we'll still have to put them in that corner or operate with our big away from the rim so that when Randle sets the screen or OG sets the screen or Josh Hart sets the screen, the screener will still be in the play. What happens is, and everybody, y'all understand this. I'm not talking bad about Mitch, but y'all know once Mitch sets the screen, he's not in the play anymore until there's a missed shot. It's just what it is. And I'm sorry to put it that way. I'm not down on Mitch. I'm just saying his skill set doesn't fit a wing heavy offense because you want your wings to be able to cut to the basket, occupy places in zone, take advantage of bad defenders, use their athleticism to score. Every basket can't be a dribble created 3-pointer from 30 feet over a double team. That can't be our shot all the time. We have to find a way in order to create easy baskets for ourselves. And not just in one game, not just game one against Boston, but for 82 games.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have a question for me, bro. You going to knock my head off?
Nah.
You going to knock my head off on with a question? Salute, IKBM Dre is in the building. Salute.
Salute, salute, salute.
What's up, Dre?
What's up, Fritz? What's up, Freezy? Salute to the chat.
Salute. Hey,
I-
you know what I just described, Dre. You know what offense I just described, right?
Nah, go ahead.
So the offense I just described is the Boston Celtics offense that they ran with Al Horford, not
Yeah.
the one with Porzingis at the top of the key, not
Well,
that.
Porzingis is spacing from 30 feet away.
Yeah, not that one because Mitch ain't not that.
They more or less put a Horford in the corners if he's not directly involved in like
Right.
a screen game.
Exactly. That's the and their backup, the backup they got from Memphis.
Xavier Tillman.
Yeah, remember when he hit that three in game one of the finals?
Yeah,
You remember where he hit that three from, right?
the corner.
In that corner spot where I'm talking about, have Mitchell Robinson drag a man out that way. Now, I'm not saying Mitch is gonna be a 3-point shooter. I'm actually saying the opposite, right? Stash Mitch in a corner away so that his man is not directly impacting the spacing.
I'll say this though, Freezy. In the same token, teams are too smart. They will just let Mitch stand there, and they'll have a guy just zone around down as a low man, as an extra low man at that point, which kind of further diminishes the point. I think the best way to counter it is to have Mitch set screens for Randall.
No,
Like,
oh my God.
I think I'm being absolutely honest.
Oh my God.
And we were seeing that.
Yeah, we already seen like 5 years. We already seen.
No. We didn't see a high volume of Randall screen. Mitch sending screens for Randall.
Yeah,
Wait.
Until
December of last season.
Hold on. So wait a minute. You're talking about Mitch screening for a ball handling Randall.
Yes.
See, there's a difference.
Not off ball.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, see, there's a difference because I was saying that we've been seeing that for forever.
No. We were seeing it in December, and we were getting good looks out of it. We just couldn't really defend at all, and the perimeter players around that unit weren't knockdown shooters at that time. We had RJ in the corner for those looks,
and they're low, and they were low IQ, inexperienced players, bro.
And now, if you were to run that type of, like, if you were to initiate, like, say for instance, Randall gets a rebound off the glass, and you come down, you have like a delayed transition where Mitch sets the screen for Randall at the top of the key, and we have these guys spaced out, where it's Brunson and OG and McCall in a corner. There's nothing you can really do with that type of action, especially in a semi-delayed transition. Like it's literally pick your poison at that point.
What I'm doing against that, because I thought about that too. I like the 4-5 pick and roll. I just don't like it with Robinson, right? And how I defend that is once I pick up Randall and Mitch sets a screen, I'm telling everybody stay at the level of the screener. Don't fight over the screen for Randall and make Julius Randle shoot the three from deep. Make him do something. Don't let him get momentum going to the rim. That's the reason why I don't like it. Now you may see other options in it.
No. I completely understand that logic, but if you're in a delayed transition, you staying at the level of the screen where Randall is already mobile. If Randall's shoulder is healthy, if you're even with Randall, he's getting to the rim regardless.
The level of the screener, not Randall.
Yeah, I'm saying the level of the screen, but in a delayed transition, he's already has a modicum of momentum at that point.
Okay.
Especially in a transition where not everybody is going to be completely set up in a delayed transition. The example I gave you was him taking it off the glass. And at that point, if you're on point with that, the other parts of your communication defensively can easily break down if you're not absolutely on point. Because no matter what happens, Randall puts pressure on defenses, no matter where he is on the court. Even if he isn't necessarily a great 3-point shooter, he provides enough. He provides enough attention. You have to allocate attention towards him, otherwise he will kill you.
Right. Right.
So like I understand. And to be absolutely honest, if you keep a guy at the level of the screen, that would mean number one, you got the right guy in the matchup that you desire in transition, which isn't always possible.
That's not always possible.
Number two, you need that particular guy to be at the level of the screen that knows how to maneuver screens perfectly and make sure he knows how to contain. And that player has to have a long wingspan and
No,
has to be
no, I
relatively
don't know. I don't
solid.
know. No, what I'm telling you is we're not maneuvering screens. What I'm telling you is I'm
Uh,
ignoring Mitchell. I'm ignoring.
you're ignoring him from 25 feet away.
Yeah, I'm not even doing
Got you.
anything to the screen. I'm not fighting the screen. What I'm doing is letting him set an imaginary screen and let them figure it out. But I'm not my two bigs, the one on Randall and the one for Mitch. I'm telling both of them to back up off the screen and then let Mitchell Robinson evacuate. And at a minimum, I'm taking time off the shot clock. And at a maximum, I'm forcing Mitchell Robinson to catch a contested pass over two long
Yeah.
defenders from Julius Randle, or Julius Randle has to shoot the three over a tall defender,
The,
is what I'm
the,
saying.
the way the Celtics were to counter, like the way the Celtics did counter that with even better playmakers, they just switched everything like immediately. And they let Tatum be on top of bigs, right? So, like, hypothetically speaking, if Tatum was supposed to pick up Randall in that scenario, he stayed to the level of the screen and then they would immediately switch. And they would be comfortable with like Drew Holiday and picking up Randall 25 feet away from the rim. And as
Right.
soon as Randall tries to do something with the ball, they'll have guys stunt and try to get back home, or they'll try to make him pick up his dribble.
Or they'll pressure his 1 and 2 outlets, his 1 and 2 targets. They'll pressure those guys, maybe even face guard, and
Yeah,
force Randall to throw a difficult pass
over the
somewhere else.
top.
They're like, if he makes that pass, he just beat us.
Yeah,
Basically.
I think it really matters who you're facing, because the preposition that I'm giving you, only about like two teams in the league can reasonably do what you asked. Like stay at the level, force Randall to make tough decisions
Right.
in that type of scenario, and then have the versatility defensively to not get destroyed, even when you do play at the level. Like it's you name it, like the elite of the elite at that point. And the thing that I'm proposing, like not even to do consistently or over the course of games, but
Right. And no, it's just a mix. I understand.
yeah, it's still something you have to account for, even
Right.
if like even as a change up or something to throw into there. But like, yeah, I understand completely where you have to like figure out ways to eliminate Mitch's man out of the play,
Right. Yeah.
because if you don't, it kind of hurts a lot of the cutting
Yep.
that like the guys that we have like to do. Like for instance, McCall is a very good cutter. OG is a very good cutter. Dante is a very, very good cutter.
Right.
And we're good at finding cutters, but it's not, well, I'd say Brunson is solid at finding cutters, but not if another big like Mitch is clogging the paint.
Right. So I think Fritz may have to get out of here. Fritz, what are you thinking about this offensive stuff that we're saying? Is it too much to ask in a Tom Thibodeau offense, or is it right, in your opinion, is it right in Tom Thibodeau's wheelhouse of his core tenets on what he wants to do anyway?
It may work. You have to think that you know everything that on it may be clunky on day one, but Knicks set themselves up to get another center mid-season, so they may have someone in mind in that offense who fits that better. You know, you know.
I'm gonna put a rock in your crock.
Mm-hmm.
Could that mid-season center trade be Isaiah Hartenstein?
No.
Why not? For money reasons?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's actually impossible, but it could be Valanciunas. It could be,
So, but there could be an Isaiah Hartenstein trade if we can figure out the money, though, right?
No, he can't be traded back. Oh no, actually he signed. So
He signed. Yeah,
He
he
wasn't
signed.
traded. He signed.
He wasn't training. He signed.
he was
Yeah,
signed
but-
outright.
It could happen,
but it won't.
but I don't see OKC like deviating from a plan that they put out. Like that guy over there, Sam Presti, once he has an idea of something, he kind of sticks it through.
They're going all in on defense.
It was hands. He was hand selected. Like they could have gotten a center
If
so
they-
many different other ways, but he was hand selected for whatever they're doing.
They told that man, you can have all of our cap space.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Yeah.
We do not
They got
care.
a
You
mi-
can have
they have
all
a
of our cap
million
space
picks.
this year and next year. We don't
They had
care.
a million picks. They could have traded for anybody they wanted. They wanted him.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. They could have traded for DeAndre Ayton, and they didn't. They chose Hartenstein.
Yeah. With that $30 million.
That's a great. That's why I like having Fritz around, bro. I like having y'all, man, together, bro. Together, I feel like I'm taking like the SAT test or something. Together, I feel like I need to have my number 2 pencil sharpened, right? Because the fact that OKC could have traded for any $30 million center, and they didn't. They just chose to sign Isaiah Hartenstein outright.
They have a plan for him.
Yeah, it's a genius move. That's a genius move, bro.
And the plan is, like, I don't know how many more years what's his name has on his deal. Like Aiden, I think he has like 2 or 3 years left. Is it
Yeah,
2?
2.
Yeah.
Well, they could have given up assets for him, but they chose not to. And in that place, whenever Hartenstein contracts runs out, Chet will be available to get his extension, as will Jalen Williams. And at that point, it's just a placeholder for them. A placeholder for a player that fits. That's not going to ask for touches or be viewed as a particular type of player. Like, it's kind of, it's a match made in heaven for them financially and for Hartenstein. So they'll do what they have to do with that. I don't think it's one of those things where you just move him, unless he's just a locker room cancer. Then he hasn't shown to be that type of guy. So
Yeah.
so I don't see it.
Okay.
But he did mention someone that we might be keen on, like a Jonas Valanciunas, where the Wizards gave him a contract with the idea of trading him immediately, and he knew that as well. Like, he signed it because his archetype of center isn't going to get paid a lot going forward in the league, and he's past his prime, and he's in his 30s. So he's like, let me lock in this $30 million over 3 years. And the Wizards probably already told him, like, we're probably going to trade you to a playoff team.
Yeah.
Just sit tight.
We want Saul to get his feet wet, and then once Saul get his feet wet, then
you
they'll
can
make
go.
the transition.
Yeah, he could sit and get healthy. Like he could sit and take his time.
For basketball reasons, I am not a Valanciunas fan with this core group.
Me either, personally, no. But
The
I'll say
defense,
this,
the defense isn't. Yeah,
he can pass a little bit, but I'm not the most keen on him. But in that same realm, we've seen Tibbs make absolutely mediocre defensive bigs look solid. So
I think offensively is where I don't like him. And it's not because he can't shoot a little bit,
he could shoot,
or because he can't pass a little bit, or he doesn't have, touch around the rim. He has all those things. What my thing is where I think he might not be a fit is the mobility thing is not there like it was, say, 8 years ago for him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's like it's like when you watch Steven Adams nowadays and you're like, dang, he moving around, he lumbering a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
He's not even 30, by the way, Freezy.
Huh? Steven Adams.
He's not even 30.
He's not even 30.
I think he's 29.
But he's tough as Nick. But yeah, I remember him at Pitt. But so the point that I was getting at when I was describing the offense is that the ideal center for that offense that gets your center around 13 points, your wing players around 17 points, your power forward around 20 points, and your point guard around 25 points is you have to have two dudes on the floor with opposing gravities, like how Earth is in a perfect situation, not just because of the sun's gravity, but also because of Jupiter's gravity, right? Like how those two work together for Earth to be in a perfect Goldilocks zone type of existence.
It's
And
a
I think
push and pull.
yeah, and it's not that Jalen Brunson can't shoot 40% from three, right? We'd like for him to do it, but all 3-point looks are not created equal, right? These are the type things that I was stressing about the Knicks offense, where Jalen Brunson can create his own shot all game long. Do you want Jalen Brunson to be giving you 233% effort for 82 games? No, you don't. You want Jalen Brunson healthy in the playoffs.
I was gonna say, like, whatever minor retooling we make over these next 2 to 3 to 4 years, you best believe we're gonna get a center in here that shoots threes.
Right.
It's going to happen. Like, it's probably not going to happen this year because it's a little awkward because we just made the Mikal move and we have some moving parts in terms of Randle and May needing his extension. It's going to happen. I think they're going to target a type of player that can make Brunson's life a lot more easier. Like, I think that's where the league is trending anyway. If you look around the league where teams that have closing lineups where basically everyone shoots a three and it's not afraid to
basically
shoot.
Yeah. And so Fritz, what I'm suggesting to you, my brother, is I think the Knicks are looking for another jumbo wing type player at the center position. And those are very rare. And what I mean by jumbo wing at the center, I'm talking about a player like Hartenstein or Lauri Markkanen who can do everything on offense when required, but also play some defense, right? And that player in today's NBA is a unicorn, right?
I have one player in mind, and I know everybody would.
Damn, that fast, bro?
No, because there's one I say it, but I like refuse. I haven't really been put. I didn't put it on my string. I said people are just gonna take it the wrong way, and I think he's kind of gettable, not feet, but
I already
gettable.
know who you're thinking.
Al Horford.
Vucevic.
No.
Oh,
actually, this person's not even a center.
Oh, it's not a center.
I think it's Jabari Smith.
I thought you were going to say Wendell Carter. I thought you were going to say Wendell Carter. Okay. Jabari Smith. He's not even a center.
Jabari Smith at 6'11".
Yeah.
Huh?
He's a very soft 6'11", bro.
Yeah.
He's a very finesse, not soft. Let me not disrespect that man, but he's a very finesse
player.
Yeah, very finesse 6'11".
He has some LaMarcus Aldridge in him. Is what you saying?
Yeah. He's got some of that.
He needs to get bigger. He needs to be able to throw his weight around.
I like I'm gonna be real. I like his ceiling, but I don't know if he's ever gonna reach it when they have so many guys on that team that need the ball. Like, they have so many guys that need to be prioritized to even be good because Jalen Green needs his money.
So that's the reason I think he may be
on the outside looking in.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons he may be available because they almost all of them need to get paid at the same time.
Yeah, they're gonna do what Tyrese Maxey did, was basically forego getting paid, so the cap hit isn't crazy.
Yeah,
and then they're gonna pay them afterwards. Maybe not even a max, but maybe their current max, and they're gonna pay them, and then probably try to load up with free agents for that 1 year, where their guys are in their 5th year coming in and kind of developed. And like you saw, the Sixers had this. They only had the space because Maxey decided to forego his extension.
Yeah.
Then they used that space on Paul George.
Yeah.
So that's something they're probably gonna do, but In terms of Jabari, I don't know if he's ever gonna have the opportunity to grow because remember they got Asar. They drafted Asar too.
They have so many
No, it's
similar
a men. They
players.
have a men, not a
Yeah.
Amen.
son.
Yeah.
They have a
Hmm.
men, and he needs the ball to grow. And Fred VanVleet is probably gonna go whenever his contract expires
Yeah.
to free the way for the Kentucky guard Reed
Reed,
Shepard.
Reed Shepard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts they got going there, and then their head coach wants to win immediately, so a couple guys might get shipped out as collateral because you can't win with all them young guys. It's gonna be like a Lakers situation when they traded D'Lo out and Brandon Ingram and Josh Hart and
And
all
let and
those
let
young
let
guys.
Randall walk.
Yeah. It's gonna be something like that.
Yeah.
Where
So I thought the center. I thought one of the centers you were going to say might have been Alperen Sengun.
Oh no,
Sengun.
they ain't letting that guy go anywhere.
Sengun would be the perfect fit for what we're looking to do. He'd be the
Yeah,
perfect
they're
fit.
not letting him go. He has that special tag on him. Mm-mm.
Freezy, I got a time machine. We can go get Mark Gasol, and then that will solve all your issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Mark, that'll be and
Even an old Mark Gasol would probably help us a lot.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, or you know what? Right now, Sabonis would have been perfect for us,
Yeah.
and
It's fine.
able to, a guy that can knock down the three a little bit, can pass some, can finish around the rim, very physical, has the gravitas where
Yeah, but
on multi layers.
Hmm.
because like the center that we're asking for doesn't necessarily have to be this fully fleshed out, well-rounded player. He can
No,
be a specialist because we have the depth for all the other pieces.
right, right.
So it, it would be funny, but um they might like I don't know if you want this contract, but Brooke Lopez might actually be available,
Yeah.
and like they've been eyeing to get out of that second apron territory. The Bucks, that is, and Brooke Lopez makes like $24 million. He's
Yeah.
probably he's probably going to be one of the first ones they move whenever they do decide to move for him.
Yeah,
Move
Yeah.
on.
They're looking to move him,
Yeah,
but I think they said they want a
first
new. But they said they want like
a player that can help them
uh
right now.
they said a modern center. They said a modern center. So
So
yeah. So they're looking for the same guy. They're looking for Alperen Sengun.
they must be
yeah,
looking for Laurie Markkinen, and I don't know what they ask
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
because they have. I mean, be absolutely honest with you, man. Yes, a modern center, but they might be looking for a younger version of Brooke
yeah,
Lopez because that's the modern center.
yeah.
yeah.
Like,
They're looking
they're looking
for.
for Jaron Jackson. That's
They're
who they're
look.
looking for.
They're
Everybody,
looking for
everybody's looking for Jaron Jackson right now.
or Mehmet Okor. Y'all remember Mehmet Okor from
Yep.
Hmm.
Utah? When he do that pick and pop. Remember when Utah used to run the pick and roll and people used to game plan for it in their sleep, and all of a sudden he was the pick and pop guy,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden Darren Williams was finishing at the rim at like some historic crazy. We were like, Darren Williams is the GOAT for like that 2 year stretch.
That Joey Sloan pick and roll offense
Yeah, those
had him.
sky blue uniforms are awesome. When we
Hmm.
yeah, man. But yeah, to the question of can OG and Anunoby average more than 15 points a game? Absolutely, if we're able to overcome Mitchell Robinson's man clogging the drain, so to speak. If we can move Mitch away from and honestly, I think we run the pick and roll with Mitch up top so that Mitch's man doesn't clog the paint, but it's not effective because Mitch's man clogs the paint anyway.
And the way you can counter that is if Mitch was a better passer, but he's not really a good passer. Like
Right.
you can't really run the dribble handoff stuff with him or give and goes with him because he's not necessarily daring nor is he skilled enough to make some of those passes.
Right.
Because like you can artificially generate spacing with a big that can pass. I mean, we saw it last year. Like Hartenstein was shooting no threes, but the paint was pretty much I wouldn't say open, but there were cutting lanes, there were driving lanes Whereas now, if you're trying to like isolate, the best you can do, which thankfully Brunson's skill set is that he can make anything from 10 feet to 16 feet without blinking, because getting directly to the cup might be a tall task.
Yeah, and I'll say this to your point, because I think you did a great. That was very insightful what you mentioned. What I want to do is add something to it, but not take away anything from it. So that's difficult. So I just
Yeah.
want to explain it in a way that makes sense in my mind, and
Mhm.
others may think about it differently. But I don't want to judge Hartenstein's last season on anything. I think it's a throwaway season, right? Because honestly, I feel like now after reviewing the Knicks offense, I feel like if the team were healthy, and Hartenstein started from day one, I think this is a 60-win team, and Hartenstein is a borderline all-star at the all-star break. And not because of what he provides shooting-wise, right? Not because, well, what he provides shooting-wise, but the mere fact that if he were on the floor with a OG Anunoby and a healthy Randle for an extended amount of time with Dante, right? So you get two guys, your backcourt, both were at a time shooting above 41% from three at a time. I think Dante dropped as his volume increased. And I think Brunson dropped once Randall got hurt. But if everybody was healthy, I think that spot where basically Hartenstein would be Porzingis with passing is what I'm getting at. Not the three shot, not the volume of threes, but the threat from the top of the key and the threat on the adjacent levels, the mid range and at the rim. I think Hartenstein is a threat at all three of those levels, not just with his scoring, but his ability to create passes and opportunities for others, and for his ability to recognize when he's in a two defending one. I don't want to say double teamed, because double team gives you the sense that the defense planned to double him on a certain thing. But when the two defenders react because the ball is there, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like the 2-on-1 type thing that Tom Thibodeau loves.
Yeah.
And now you can hit OG Anunoby on the 45 cut from the wing, or Dante from three-point land, or Jalen Brunson from three also. That's what I saw. And I know I explained it in a very choppy
Yeah.
way, but
I understand that completely, because it isn't necessarily that Hartenstein was a star, but his skill set fit perfectly with
right.
what we were trying to do. And
Right.
it allowed our star players to function without being over encumbered by double teams and seeing too many bodies. Because, to be absolutely honest, we do encourage the double team because it helps us get open looks, but you can't keep going to the well over and over and over and over. Like that wears the players down eventually at some point.
Right.
Like, you need some diversification in your game, in your offense, and at the same point, like, that's what makes NBA basketball beautiful, because teams don't come down and call a play every single time down. Teams come down, see the flow. They might have the skeleton of a play, but there's so many different ways they can come out of a set. Whereas, like, you can't just have this idea that you want to run this particular thing to get a double team every single time and live with those types of results. Like, teams
Right.
will eventually figure you out, especially at the highest level.
Right.
Like, you could see in the finals, like, yes, they were relying on manipulating pick and rolls with Luka Doncic, but eventually they figured it out and they found it as a math equation. And they'll live with the results of Luka taking very tough mid-range shots or very tough step back 3-pointers, because they took away the lob and they took away the corner threes.
And what I noticed they did too, because the corner three part, when you mentioned it, I couldn't understand it at when you were saying it. because I was thinking like, how do they take away the corner threes without giving up the paint? Because usually, and this is me, I understand already. I'm saying I couldn't understand what you were saying, right? Like, how do you take away the corner three without using a tag man to help prevent the paint from getting flooded by two of the greatest dribble drive guys in the league, in Luka and Kyrie Irving? Right. So now I understood what they were doing. Basically, what they were doing is saying we're gonna stay at the level of the ball. If a guy is open at the top of the key, if Derrick Jones Jr. is open at the top of the key, we just got to live with him knocking down threes.
Yeah, and that guy's gonna maybe cheat off and help a little bit.
Yeah.
But the other guys in the corner, if you're above the break, we gonna let you shoot. Like Derrick Jones, even PJ.
Yeah.
They're gonna let them shoot them. But in the corners, we'll stick right to you.
Yeah.
And Luka, if you run that pick and roll, we just gonna switch. And luckily for them, Tatum is around 6'10", around 240, 250. He's not necessarily the best guarder, like the best man to guard a big, but he'll win enough possessions for you.
Yeah.
While
especially and late in the shot clock after you pressured the ball with Derek White and Drew Holiday. Yeah. After you already pressured them, and now they have to get into something real quick. So you
even Jaylen Brown. Remember, Jaylen Brown was picking that man up 80 feet.
Yeah. And so if you're and so how that relates to the Knicks, everybody, how that relates to the Knicks is this: superior athletes on the wings for the first time in Knicks history. You have two of them that are competent, right? We're not talking about Sean Williams and Flight White. Like, people are saying, yo, Sean Williams was super athletic when he was here with D'Antoni.
You ain't talking about Bill Walker?
Yeah, and Bill Walker had a knee pad on top of his knee pads, bro.
That man name is Henry Walker.
Henry. I remember. Yeah, he was at Kansas State with Michael Beasley. Yeah, I remember him.
Yep.
Yeah, but so yeah, how that relates to us is less Jalen Brunson possessions throughout the season. And when I say less Jalen Brunson possessions, I don't mean take the ball out of his hands. I'm saying he doesn't have to work as hard to be more efficient, right? So he'll be more efficient by putting in less effort. Now you have Mikal Bridges to help with bringing the ball up the floor. You can attack from any wing or any corner. Now Julius Randle is healthy to help bring the ball up and things like that. Now you don't want your 250-pound power forward being point power forward. That's not a recipe for health, right? No. But at the same time, once you get into your offense, you don't have to call certain plays. Now you can let the game tell you what to do, right? You call for a screen. Maybe this time it's OG Anunoby instead of Mitch.
Yeah, it's the versatility we're afforded now.
Yeah, because OG, even though he plays the three, is still 240 pounds.
He might be 245, man.
Right. And say Julius Randle is the screener. Julius Randle is still 250 pounds. Right. So it's not like you don't get the quality of screen when you call a different person. Right. You just get a different look. That's all you're getting. Now, if OG sets the screen instead of Mitch, I trust the fact that OG Anunoby can find space, know how to cut.
Yeah.
Right. Knows how to sell cut. Right. You fake front door and then you go back door. Right. Or you just go front door to give the tag man something to think about. Because if you cut across the tag man's face, he's going to go with that guy and leave the man in the corner wide open.
Yeah.
And so now these little nuanced things that we didn't get from Mitch, we now have with Randle and OG Anunoby. Like if Mitchell Robinson cut to the lane across the tag man face, ain't nobody
reacting to that.
Ain't nobody reacting to that. Right.
Ain't no switching happening. Everybody's just going under. Like, oh.
Right. Oh my God, Mitchell Robinson. Nah, ain't nobody doing that, bro.
It might as well be an elephant walking across the lane.
Yeah, it did circus. and again, no disrespect to Mitch because it's about skill set, not the person.
Yeah.
Right. It's about skill set, not the person. I'm not disrespecting Mitch. I love Mitch. Right. But my thing is now we'll have different looks and here's the kicker, right? In my mind with the offense. It's not just Dante. I mean, not just Bridges and OG. It's also Dante and Josh Hart. It gives you the flexibility. Now, in theory, you can go 4 guards on the floor in terms of what you want to present offensively. You can go Hart, Dante, Bridges, and Brunson with Randle or whoever you put at the 5 for a short stint.
Hell, it could be Precious, Fruzy.
It could be Precious. And if you put Precious in the corner and run the same thing, does Precious man come all the way out there? Maybe not.
But you have to honor Precious's activity.
Yeah, but you have to.
Because if you let that man get a head full of steam running to the rim, something bad's going to happen.
Something bad's going to happen for somebody. Right?
Right. Yes, something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. That's the thing I'm saying about the Knicks offense. I was wanting to explain it. You remember the day where I had up on the thing, the Knicks may score 126, and I had that all wrong. It's not because of I believe they can score 126. It's just if we were doing the ranges of what I got you. Score. It was a range like can Brunson score 28 points a game? Can Randle? But the reason why I was speaking to that efficiency, is now with the depth of player, you can run the same sets that wins against any team, or you can vary those sets if you're struggling against a certain defense. Now you have the flexibility to do different stuff.
I was going to say it's going to be one of those. Well, we have about 23 minutes a game because Mitch doesn't play more than 25.
Right.
He's never played more than 25 minutes a game, and he's probably going to play 24, 23. High impact minutes. But that poses a question to you where, Tibbs is going to have to lean into quote unquote small ball.
Right.
Where Sims by skill set is a traditional center, but that man is really like 6'8".
Yeah.
So,
Sims is a short traditional center.
Yeah. So regardless of what happens in this season, we're going to see quote unquote small ball.
But the thing I want to describe about small ball is you don't play small ball for the sake of putting small guys on the floor.
No.
Right.
You do it for an advantage.
You do it for skill, right? You shrink the lineup down because smaller guys in theory have more basketball skill. It's rare that you see 7'3" guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot. It's the reason why the guy that's 7'5" was the number 1 pick. It's rare. Like you see that once every 50 years, right? But guys that are 6'6", you could find those guys everywhere.
Yeah.
Dribble, pass, and shoot guys. And so that's why you go small, not because you want to extend your strength. You go small for some type of skill, even if it's skill on defense. Right?
Switchability.
Switchability and for pressure. Yeah. Generally, when you want to pressure every player on the floor, you bring in small. Oh, I brought AD in. Hold on. I forgot. AD can only come in on this. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. It's about that time. It's about that time of the week where you get ready for your work week with a man that is so smooth. He does not require a chaser. Your main man, the real Anthony D. and your main man, Jersey's finest, the hood representative, Uncle Freezy.
Salute.
That man Freezy took himself down.
Down. Freezy had me in the back stuck like Pookie from New Jack City.
Maybe he knew you might have had some smoke for him. I don't know.
No, never no smoke for Uncle Freezy. Well, not tonight. Uh-oh.
What up, Bob?
That man was in the back for 4 seconds. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, him and Jay Boogie, they be in the back for like 3 seconds, bro. And he's like, stop what you doing. I'm back here.
Is that Cowboy Bob?
Yes, it is, sir. Without the hat.
Uh-oh.
Nah,
Yeah, man, you had that with that witness protection lighting, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Because everybody looking for me. They like, you don't know what you talking about, cowboy. We coming for you. So I'm trying to stay low key. How you guys doing tonight?
Just chilling, man. Chilling.
I'm not gonna lie though. I like what Unc said about the play, but I see it more used for Sims when we doing the small ball, like I was describing in the chat. I agree with it. It could work, but the problem with Mitchell is his footwork to me is kind of sluggish. But if he could pick it up, it could make it work. But I think it would be more of a down low backdoor screen. Like if they're both in the post, like if Randall's about to go to the post, he can come off a screen from Mitchell and then pushes him out to the top of the free throw. Mitch can then move out.
Wait a minute. You think that man gonna change now? Why he ain't changed 4 years ago?
I'm saying, look, hold on. I'm not saying he's gonna change 100%. I'm just saying there's a possibility because a lot of these players showed me that they can do things. For example, McBride opened up and showed me he can be a 40% shooter. Josh Hart can be more effective with more minutes. Like these guys have been showing me something to where I said, hey, I'm not gonna be saying no to everything. I'm gonna give it a shot.
I'll say this though to that point, Bob. Josh Hart has been effective with minutes everywhere he's been, provided he gets the opportunity. Ain't
I
nobody.
only did. Come on, Dre. You know.
And Deuce was in his third year, whereas Mitch was in his third year in 2021.
You're right, but like I said, I only brought up Hart to stab at you because I know how you feel about Hart.
I understand.
But I'm just saying, like these guys, like even Dante, I know he was a starter on another team, but he got to the starting position, and now he might be taking a back seat. He seems comfortable in his role. So we have a lot of players here that have high potential. We just got to see it work. So I'm not close to anything. I'm more like, hey, let's give it a shot.
I think we can try, but I think Tibbs already knows what he's working with. Like right now, today, like as soon as we make moves, Tibbs is probably watching hours and hours of footage of any guy that we pick up, even Chuma Okiki or like any random guy we pick up. Tibbs is kind of locked in, and he hasn't really pivoted too much away from what guys have already shown him, especially the veterans. Like we haven't picked up a veteran and they've like done something that wasn't in their scouting report already, if that makes sense.
No, it does. I honestly think with what's going on moving forward with Mitchell Robinson, I know I love his defense and I love his rebounding, especially offensively, because that's what we're known for. But if he's moving out of that paint, I think we're taking away from it. But at the same time, he's going to be cutting a lot.
Taking away from what?
No, his positioning down low. Because Mitchell Robinson, when he boxes out 2-3 people sometimes. Like, he owned that paint. So for him to make that adjustment, it may be difficult, but I think it'll be better for him because now he could just focus on putting it back, like getting the rebound, putbacks, like what he used to do. But I think those movement plays and backdoor screen cuts are more meant for like Sims, Precious, like those guys when we run small ball, and it could work. It may not be Mitchell, but we can find something else for Mitchell. Plus, we slow down the game. We're known for slowing the game.
I understand like trying it, but like other teams have to react to it. You can take Mitch out the paint, but ain't nobody gonna react to it at that point, and that compromises the other players around on the court. Like as soon as Mitch steps out the paint, You know what's gonna happen when Randall's on the low block? Bitch's man gonna come right over.
But that's
And
what
be,
you want because
I mean, you saw the defense that Randall faced
one could say
against
that's
Atlanta.
but one could say that's happening already.
yeah. And I was gonna say the advantage of that is we have Bridges and OG, both great door cutters. So if we do that screen and pull out Mitchell, that opens up a lane for one of them two to
Yeah, but
attack
No,
the
no,
basket.
no, no. That
you don't
doesn't.
do the screen and pull out Mitch. Like Mitch
No,
has already be a way for you to even look at the screen.
If you take Mitch out of the paint, Mitch's man is still gonna be in the paint stopping the cutters because Mitch
I
is
think
not a threat anywhere outside of 6 feet of the rim.
Outside of
what
3 feet.
I'm saying is this: if you have Mitchell Robinson giving Randall a backdoor cut and he's coming up to the free throw line, yes, his man's gonna sag up, and you move Mitch out. Now you have two
Sag
defense.
down, not up. He's
Yeah,
Sorry
but
about that.
you can't backdoor cut and come up to the free throw line.
No,
like I'll say this. Like you can say he can set a screen for right for like Bob. He'll set a screen for Randall, so Randall could get a cut. Right.
yes,
All Mitch's man will do is see the screen and be behind the screen and wait for Randall to come around the
And
corner.
wait for Randall. Right.
and
Yeah.
then this is what I'm saying though. Now you
They're
have
not
that
gonna
other.
navigate the street. Yeah.
No, but then you have that other side for the cutter because now Mitchell Robinson isn't occupying that space where he's boxing out. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Okay, go
man.
ahead, go ahead.
Mitch's man is gonna be in the paint waiting,
Yep.
and the man that was guarding Randall that got hit with the screen is gonna peel off and stop the other cutter.
Okay,
That's
okay,
it.
now I see what you're saying. Okay, I
Because
see what you're
they're
saying.
not gonna respect Mitch to do anything.
Yeah, they're not. They're literally not gonna acknowledge Mitch because at that point they're playing 4-on-5
Okay,
by the baseline.
Right.
no, you're right because I'm thinking like because what
Well,
I'm talking about.
really 4-on-3.
Yeah, I know, but the way I was looking at it was like Randall's in the corner, he's coming to the rack, and then Mitchell Robinson sets a screen and then goes back to where Randall is. And then by that time, you're right though, because all they're gonna do is come around the screen and pick up, and his man's gonna move into the passing lane. I see what you're saying.
And then Randall's man is gonna look to help
Yeah, no, I see
off.
what you're saying.
No,
You right.
they just gonna double team Randall because Mitchell Robinson 8 feet from the rim ain't doing nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. And then it clogs the paint anyway because now you got two sides and it's gonna
Now
be
Randall
hard to
double
pass.
team by two
Yeah.
dudes taller than him.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be blocking and he's not going to be able to make that pass that I thought
and
would
if
be
someone
there.
else were to try to cut, that's just bringing more people.
Bringing more
to the party.
defenders. Yep.
Yeah. You see, then
That's why.
it,
That's
yeah.
why.
I'll say this: if Mitch had a push shot, then that would answer a lot of what you're asking. But he doesn't. That man will catch the ball at the 8 feet away at the dotted and try to dunk it on
On
3
the crowd.
Yeah. Like
and he
that's what
doesn't
I'm
have
thinking.
that bounce anymore. So
And get fouled and go to the free throw line and make 0 free throws.
I mean, you saw what happened in the Miami series.
Yeah, I know. Hacking Mitch. But no, you're right. I'm trying to be hopeful because the potential is there for this team to be successful and I don't want to close any doors. That's all.
But like, if we don't figure it out, we have the versatility where we can make teams pay just by putting Mitch on the bench. Like it's cool. Like
Yeah.
we know Mitch's strengths. We know his weaknesses. Every game to game, there's a equation to figure out, and sometimes Mitch is not in that equation. But because we have so much versatility, we'll eventually find an answer for a lot of teams in this league. It's just like when you have this much versatility, when you have guys that shoot the three, can cut, are high IQ basketball players, and a variety of sizes, it's okay if Mitch isn't closing games for you. It's like like there are going to be very long stretches where we don't see Mitch because Mitch only plays 25 minutes when healthy, if that.
Okay. Then you know what? Then Mitchell's job would be to me, based off of what y'all just said. I think that he would be used to slow down the game. Like that's one of
For
the things
sure.
that what we're known for is the slowing down the game and getting offensive rebounds and running the clock. Like for me, what I would prefer is if we're gonna do small ball and everything, the small ball needs to be the high paced offense to where when Mitchell Robinson comes in, we slow it down and focus on defense and then try to make them work for it. Like I look at I keep saying that Jonathan Isaac has done something to me to where I think it's okay for a big to play 20 minutes and be effective because his defense is nasty.
Yeah,
If he plays,
he's a wing player though.
yeah, but
He's just a jumbo wing. He's not a big. He's a tall wing player.
Who are we talking about again?
Jonathan Isaac.
Jonathan Isaac.
He's not a
Jonathan
center.
Isaac,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's not a traditional
No, no,
power
no.
center. He's
Yeah,
just
but I'm
tall.
just saying his skill set of defense and how he plays for that 20 minutes is like, whoa, we got to really focus. Like, I'm just talking about the effect of his defense. I think Mitchell Robinson, offensive rebounds and the way he is, has that same impact, but it's just different. So for me, if
If
Mitchell
it's different,
Robinson,
then it's not the same.
what do you mean it's different and not the same? They both are
I'll say
defensive.
this: Jonathan Isaac provides a level of versatility where he can go out on the perimeter and guard guys in the wing, and then he could be a rim protector at times, and then he can be a
Weak side. He
disruptor.
could be a weak side, but he's not going to be your deepest man.
Yeah,
A 6'11", 210-pound man that has a injury is not going to be your anchor at the rim on defense. You're just not going to do that.
it could happen
Yeah.
for some nights, but
Or
when
for some stretches,
when
but
Jokic
not.
is in the game, absolutely not.
No.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We could do stretches, but y'all right though. Yo, AD, what you got, man?
No. Hold. Just really quick. The Mitch thing.
Yeah.
The Mitch thing. The reason why it is a conundrum for us, Dre, like moving, no matter where you move Mitch at, just real quick, no matter where you move him, his defender is still going to have dual citizenship. He's going to be half Mitch and half the closest active player because Mitch offers you 0 outside of 3 feet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So regardless, if you bring him up in the screen game, his man is not going to fight over a thing. His man is not going to press the ball handler right there, right? Because the worst shot in basketball, we all know it, is the mid range, the least efficient, right? So basically, what we like, except for Brunson, right? Brunson's excellent in that 6 to 12 foot area, right? He's excellent everywhere, but really excellent. Turning that, getting into that 12-foot range. Right, but Mitch's man is gonna do is slide over towards Brunson, in that scenario, bro. So that's why I offer an alternative. Just get him have him on Earth on defense and have him on Pluto on have him on Earth on defense and have him on Pluto on offense.
I wish that man Mitch was just doing passing drills all summer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if he had good hands to pass, it would work. But then that's the same way we used Hartenstein last season, and we really can't bank on that because we all know he ain't.
It's just not him. If it was
he
him,
is
we
what
would have
he
saw
is.
flashes of it 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Mitch is what he is.
Yeah.
And Bob be cooking up these things in his own laboratory.
Hey, look, man, I'm happy to be doing it because, to be honest, at least I'm thinking. I'm not just sitting here, thinking that, going off of what the next man's saying. And like for me, to be honest, I like Mitchell Robinson and I like Randle, but yeah,
I like them both.
Doing all this motion, I think Dre's right. We might have to, find someone else that can shoot the 3.
Well, I'll be real with you. Everything to me states that the Knicks are like still in the process of fielding the most ideal basketball team around Brunson, and the building isn't stopping. It may not happen immediately. It may not happen at this deadline. It may not even happen in the summer. It may happen at next year's deadline, but it's going to happen where they address like a skill, like address trying to have a more skilled player at that position.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to take another year for them to do that. That would be crazy. If they took another year, they took a full another year to address that center from position as far as them getting a guy that can shoot it a bit, that can stretch it a bit. That's bananas to me. That would be bananas. The only way that happens, they win it.
Well, I'd
And
say like
when you win, you operate from a point of strength, not
yeah.
weakness.
I understand what you're saying, AD, but like I don't know. This front office moves in a way where they're not quick to just jump out the window unless it's the ideal guy. Like if they're waiting on the most ideal fit, then you should be prepared to wait. Now, if they're trying to get somebody that is a specialist and that can be plugged in and can fit, but he isn't like the ideal. Like he isn't like hypothetically speaking, he isn't like Jaren Jackson Jr. from a skill set offensively. If he's not that, then you can go out there and put your two quarters together and get a guy. And then if that's the case, then sure, it'll
But
probably happen earlier than that.
yeah, but you could get that, and
Yeah,
you could just literally just identify that, like, okay, no
I
one
think
is giving it up
we've
off their
been
roster.
identified it, man. I think
No,
it's
I mean you could just identify that, and these shooting bigs are growing off the tree from Europe. Okay, they all can shoot, but which one of them has enough of what you need going forward?
yeah.
If we're talking about just getting a big that can shoot, they all can shoot.
Yeah, if it was
Pretty
just that,
much.
we would. If it was just that, we would have just signed Davis Bertans or something. If it was just shooting.
Right.
But
Yeah,
if we're
we
talking
need
about
that
but
rebounding.
if we're talking about Tibbs can cultivate and he can get the best out of a this, out of a that, okay, here's some clay right there. There you go.
Right.
See, that's what I'm saying.
You
I
know what
think
would solve all of this is if Precious decided to be a 40% 3-point shooter. Then
wild
that would
trade.
that would solve basically all our ills. But
Right.
I mean, it's something that's gonna get addressed. Hopefully at this deadline or before the deadline. But like if historically, if the Knicks front office identifies a guy that they really want, they don't wait all the way till the deadline. They just go get him. So
But can I ask
we'll
something though?
see.
Can we use? I know the high screen, like Unc said earlier, at the 3 point line, it kind of clogs it a little bit. Can you use them more on the wing area, like mid range, and do those type of screens for like let's say a OG or a Bridges? Would that work?
It don't matter where Mitch is at. His man is going to be sagged into the paint,
Yeah.
watching a ball swing from left to right and being prepared to bring help at the rim, like you, or to clog up passing lanes. So, like for instance, I mean, you watched it. You've seen Mitch grab the ball at even damn near the 3-point line and run a dribble handoff. And where's Mitch's man when Mitch
Going
is
right
doing
to the
this?
ball, following the
Oh,
ball.
on
No,
Right
he's
to
Randall.
not.
Mitch.
No, no, no,
No, he
no.
on
Mitch's
Randall.
man is in the paint
Yeah. On
or
yeah.
right outside the paint, toe touching, doing 2.9s to make sure he doesn't get a 3-second
Yep.
violation.
Yep.
The most you want out of Mitch right there is to stand tall at 7'1", high enough, straight up to make the pass.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, or the dribble handoff from that turn right there, set a proper screen. That's it.
Yeah.
Mitchell hasn't shown you anything else. He does not have an offensive game where any defender gonna be like, no. I need to get 2 feet out of the paint and be directly in front of Mitch. No. How the hell would you do that?
No, you ain't doing that.
And,
Okay.
and it ain't like he jumping over people anymore. So
And they don't run the one thing that if there is something in the offense over these last 2 years that I will literally pick at Tom at is that the dunker spot, the pick and the dive, it has been there for Mitch. They just have totally
they don't
gone
throw the
away
lob.
from it.
They
They don't throw the lob. They
No.
don't throw the lob. And he's still uber athletic, even 15 pounds bigger. He's still uber athletic. Do what he does best. Throw the lob.
I think some of that has to do with skill set of the players and coaching.
I'm talking about off the pick with him and Brunson.
No. I understand what you're saying, AD. I'm saying like, yo, some of these players aren't good at throwing lobs unless it's the most ideal situation. And then you got to take into account, like, our coach is turnover averse. If you turn the ball over, he is going to blow a gasket. So if you throwing lobs with guys that aren't that skilled at throwing lobs, you get guys like Josh Hart throwing the ball 13 rows into the
Bro, yes.
bro.
What are we talking about? And the point guard is 5'11".
Yeah, but here's the thing with that. The point guard is 5'11". The point guard is attracting everybody when he touches the ball in that situation. Right?
Yeah.
We're only talking about a lot. Mitch, I think 1 year Mitch shot 70-something percent from inside of that.
Right.
From inside of the box, 1 year Mitch did like 72%. That's ridiculous. Not to see that analytically, and I'm not even an analytics guy. For someone who, I remember young Mitch when he first came in, that lob was a staple.
AD, I agree with you, but at those, because I agree with you, right? Don't think I don't agree.
I agree.
But the thing about it is, during those years, the Knicks had point guards that was 6'5", right? Alfred Payton, Emmanuel Mudiay, and Frank Ntilikina all could throw that thing to Mitch.
And to that point, Freezy, if you're a small guard, like, you got to be able to throw the lob. Like, just look at Trae Young or Chris Paul. Them dudes throw lobs with either hand from any platform, at any point, from anywhere on the court. That's just not Brunson's skill set. Like, have you ever seen Brunson throw a good pass with his right hand? Like, not even a lob, just a good pass with his right hand.
No, you're right, but I was going to ask, you think that may work with Cameron Payne?
That's interesting.
I'm asking because you said a 6'0" guard. Now that's usage for Payne. Like, Payne could be
Payne
used
is not that tall. Payne is like 6'2".
But he's taller than Brunson, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this: Cameron Payne has shown the proclivity and the ability to thrive in like an up tempo, like change the pace off the bench, and he's been a guy that has thrown lobs and like pushed the pace against bench units. If you're asking him to do that against starters, it's a little different. But then if we're going to bench units, he's probably not playing with Mitch.
Like, not really. You can't say that because we know that in this league you're gonna have two of your starters on the court. If you're resting Randle, okay, you could rest Randle, you could rest Brunson, and have Payne, and take out Bridges and put in Dante.
It would be. I'm gonna be real with you. It would be illogical.
Okay.
To have Randle and Brunson off the court at the same time. Like, you can have, we're gonna have one of those guys on the court at all times, more than likely. Like 90. I'm willing to go out on a limb if we like exclude garbage time. 95% of our minutes, Brunson and Randle, one of them will be on the court, no matter what.
Okay.
Nah, 80. That's,
I don't know, because when you slide,
we love it, like Tibbs loves having a guy out there that can always draw a double team, no matter the context.
But here's the thing: when you slide OG to the 4, right, and you've got Mikal on the floor, you now have your 4. You now have another version of 4-3, 4-3-2.
That is,
you see what I'm saying? You now have another version of that. So at times, depending on your matchup in this smaller ball theory, kind of sort of, you have that option.
If you go on small ball, though, you're not gonna have Mitchell Robinson.
But what's to say that Brunson and, like, for instance, that in that lineup that you're saying, what's to say it's not Brunson, Dante, Josh Hart, and OG with a big? What's to say that's not the when Mikal and Randle might be out of the game? That might be one of the.
He could do that too.
Yeah. So
that
I just feel like it. Like, I think we're. It would just make sense. Like, if you look around the league, teams usually keep one of their offensive hub type guys on the court at all times. Like, look at the Lakers, for instance. There's not a minute where AD or LeBron are not on the court.
Right.
Like, they alternate. Like, look at the Mavericks. They alternate their two on-ball guys that.
Yeah, Kyrie Irving is the backup point guard. Yeah.
Like, they alternate.
And he's the starting too.
Yeah, so like we're gonna alternate our two best playmakers. They just look around the league, teams just alternate their two best playmakers. They don't take both of them out, like inexplicably, at least normally, unless something is going on in terms of injury. Now I understand like McCall has shown the ability to create some, but he's never been as good as what Randall has been.
He ain't Randall.
So it
Or
wouldn't even work with
Brunson.
Macau, is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
So like if you have the faith or you're comfortable with McCall being like your main decision maker on the court, then you can take Brunson and Randall out. I just don't see that happening.
What I'm saying is though, okay, we saw it, right? Remember, Randall's hurt game 6. He takes Brunson off the floor.
Yeah,
we have a
10-point decision.
We have a 10-point lead. We never got that feeling back again. You have a McHale, you have a OG now. You can do that.
And my thing is like but OG ain't a guy you want to run your offense through.
No. What I'm saying is the only reason why Randall was on the floor at the time was that he had no other option of the 4.
And what I'm saying though, AD, I think we're gonna have 2 of McCall, Randall, and Brunson on the court at all times. 2 of those guys are gonna be on the court at all times, no matter what. We're gonna have 2 guys that can create at all times. So if
you remember that store 2 guys? Remember that? You used to go get your school clothes from 2 guys.
Get your shoes and pants from one, and your shirt.
You remember that, man? You get your number 2 pencils and your Trapper Keeper from 2 guys.
Trapper Keeper.
Yeah, man.
Wow, Trapper Keeper,
bro. You never had a Joe Cool Trapper Keeper. Remember Snoopy Alter Ego?
Trapper Keeper. Oh, that was a big deal, yo.
Yes, that was a big deal.
Was JanSport in your era, or was that a little bit after?
That's after.
JanSport.
That's after.
And the Kipling. Remember the Kipling book bags with the monkey on them?
Oh, Your book bag game for a good minute as a young dude, your book bag game had to be solid.
You had to be solid.
Your book bag game had to be solid.
Clean, no scratches on the Trapper Keeper. I remember that. Bro, and you had to have either the Kipling or the JanSport Sport, like the actual sport version, not the cheap one that you get.
It was part of your outfit.
Yeah,
and it had to match your shoes. Yeah, Dre, you had a different book bag for
you see people come to school with a plastic bag for a backpack. Oh no.
Your book bag
game
had to be solid. Like I remember when it was like, all right, Mom, I'm not taking this lunchbox anymore.
Right.
All right, like the liberation of the lunchbox.
Second grade, bro. I remember in 2nd grade, but anyway, your book bag. If your book bag was tight, bro, people didn't hardly. You could get away with wearing the David Robinson Delta Force.
You were official. You were official. Your book bag game is a part of it still is important. Your book bag, but yeah,
man. Yeah,
so
your book bag had to do something.
So okay, can we? Maybe not the pain. I could see it, but can we do Bridges, Dante, have Randall, Hart, Randall, and then have Mitchell Robinson doing it that way? Can that work?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want to see Hart and Mitchell Robinson minutes together.
On nothing.
Okay.
I don't even want to see them in the layup line together, bro. No.
He said the layup line. Wait, the RJ Barrett
layup
line.
With you. Whenever Mitch is out the game, that's when Josh Hart go in.
But you're tougher. But to Bob's point, you're tougher on the offensive glass when the 2 of them. Those are your 2 best offensive rebounders.
I think
you are animalistic.
Lineup, like to get stops, then I would go to that. But like I think it's a little bit like I put it this way: what are teams gonna do defensively when you have Randall, Josh Hart, and Mitch on the court at the same time? They just gonna pack the paint.
They're just gonna pack the paint. You don't have no shooting, no floor spacing. That go against everything that Tom Thibodeau want to do.
But here's the thing, though. Tibbs, out of all of those guys outside of Brunson, Tibbs is Hart is the most trusted. Hard for Tibbs can play in any situation. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. Right?
Yeah, I
No,
understand that.
we understand what you're saying.
Right? If Mitch is your number one center, right? And if Mitch is, cooking, I get it. You're now playing 3.5 on 5, but he's gonna go with that.
But I'll say
because
this.
he trusts Hart that much.
I understand that completely, but there's about 23 minutes in a game where Mitch ain't even gonna be on the court.
Yeah.
So
Dre, you know what, Dre? I wanted to been wanting to say this to you for a while, and not to put a rock in your Timberland, right? Because I know Timbos are very comfortable. You know what I'm saying? But I think Mitch Robinson is playing 20 minutes a game. I think that's it.
Well, there you go. 28 minutes. He's not gonna be in.
Yeah, I think Mitch is 20 minutes a game, because y'all mentioned the small ball thing to me, and when y'all first said it to me, full disclosure, people kept saying it, but they didn't say why small ball. They was like, small ball, yo, and nobody was mentioning like why small ball would be an option. So every time they said it, I was like, yo, I don't want to have this conversation, right, about small ball, because for one, most people don't understand what small ball is. They just think small ball is, you know how people just like stuff that's different. Yeah. Like Nas about what's the SUV Nas bought, and he didn't like it because it was like a factory color. Anybody remember that story? Like Nas bought something. Was it like a Navigator or something? Was Navigators was the thing like one time, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were real big.
Yeah,
Navigators was big.
Like a Navigator is everything.
Don't drive good.
They were just rebranded Expeditions, man.
Yeah,
no, they were bigger than the Expedition.
Well, what was the Excursion?
Yeah, they were like
the Excursion.
Yeah, they were bigger than they were. I drove that sucker, man. Just quality of drive, it was never that.
$9 a gallon.
Yeah, but that sucker could move.
9 miles a gallon, bro.
Yeah, that sucker could move. Oh, yeah. That big boy could.
It might as well cook diesel at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So the thing with the small ball thing, I thought initially people were just saying, you know how people like to be oppo on certain things. Like if you say standard, they say different. If you say different, they say no, keep it real, man, standard. Right. So that's what I thought the small ball conversation was. And because nobody said, hey, listen, we'll go small ball because of these benefits. Right. And you can't assume what the benefits are going to be because you don't know what exactly the small ball lineup is going to be. So to say what the benefit is and not know what the lineup is going to be is another reason why I was like, yeah, the small ball thing is just not a. But now that we can have the conversation about the Knicks having multiple quality point guards and guys that can rotate into that 5 spot and not be there all the time. Like small ball with Precious, okay. Small ball with Randle, I don't like it, but okay. And then there was a world where Dre said that OG Anunoby at times can get those defensive small ball 5 minutes, right? And I still don't like it, but I'm like, okay. Especially if you're playing against an offensive center. I'm like, okay. Yeah. Right? So I mean, I get that part, but I don't know if the Knicks going small ball just for the sake of being smaller is even something Tom Thibodeau would even think about unless it provides a clear, dominant, and predictable advantage.
I think the advantage is, I mean, for me, I remember when we had that games, like I keep saying, Precious and OG, when they were on the court, that they were shutting down, like, we didn't even have teams scoring 100 points on us for I think 8 or 9 games or something like that. So that's where it opened up my eyes for me for the small ball of work. You had a guy like Bridges who can contribute good defense. It could work as well. That's why I said have those 3 on the court.
What can work? Like just explain how was it?
Okay,
so we can follow.
Okay, so when we had OG and Precious doing it, didn't think it would work, but they were shutting people down. Now you have a guy like Bridges to where, let's say OG needs a break. You could throw Bridges in there and see if it could work, because I think it can. I'm not saying he has the same defense as OG, but I think that you can have good defense replacement for it. So you can do that, or you can have them three running it for about a good 2-3 minutes with Precious at the 5. You can have OG at the 4, and then what's his name? Bridges at the small forward position. That I would like to see, because seeing what it was last season, how they were able to shut down leagues when everybody was scoring over 100 points. That's why I'm questioning it. Can it work? That's why I say I think it can, because when you add a guy like Bridges, who's an Iron Man, OG could get a break, and it could kind of work with them too.
I was gonna say, Freezy, I think the way we closed out or stifled the Sixers in that game 6, where we had OG and Precious at the 4 and the 5, like at the end of that game, I think that may have opened Tibbs' eyes into maybe being more, I don't want to say more open-minded to running a smaller unit, because a lot of that time we had OG one-on-one with the best center on the planet. Granted, he was injured a bit, but we stifled him, especially down the stretch. That man Precious done sent MB's 3-point shot back into like the third row.
Yep.
Like, yep. I think he's not against it. I think he has some principles that he values in terms of rebounding and rim protection. But if you look at it, like, remember, Freezy, this thing, he always brings up net rating. No matter what. You go into post-game press conferences, he brings up, oh, this works because of the net rating, or however. Like you said, Freezy, if it presents a clear advantage for us, he'll go to it.
And predictable advantage. Yeah. Because the reason why I say predictable is because Tom Thibodeau is not a guy that's going to get in game and say, well, let's see how this works.
No,
he's never doing that.
He wants something set in stone that he knows, or he's confident that it'll work. And if we throw out a lineup where it's Randle and McCall and OG and between Josh Hart and Dante and Brunson, and we're blowing teams out, but we're not having the most ideal defensive splits for him, like the most ideal defensive rebounding for him, or rim protection, but we're winning those minutes by a large sum, I think he'll let it go. Like, he has an ideal view on winning basketball, but once it gets thrown in his face that something is working, like even in the middle of games, he'll see something is working and he'll just stick to it. Like, even in playoff games, he saw, like, we were winning without Randle, like against the Cavs, so he just let Randle sit on the bench. Remember that? Like, it was the fourth quarter against the Cavs. We were like tearing the Cavs up at home, and he said, well, this was working, so I'll just leave it. And if it becomes predictable, if he sees a certain rotation or a unit that he used work 3, 4, 5 times in a row, he'll just keep going to it.
Right.
He just needs to see it happen first.
Right.
He doesn't. And in the marathon that is an 82-game season, he'll have all the opportunity to see it because Mitch is not going to play a whole lot of minutes.
Yeah.
But to that point though, the better Mitch plays, right, is the more minutes he'll play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the less of any small ball.
But even if we're talking less of any small ball, Mitch has never played more than 25 minutes.
No, he hasn't, and that's been. But we're being positive and we're trying to project, right?
Yeah.
Look at even with OG when he saw what he saw against Philly, right?
Yeah.
A lot of that, and no disrespect to OG, a lot of that is a little bit of fool's gold because you have a 7'2" center that was slight halfway hurt. And
we were double teaming him still. Don't get it twisted.
Yes, we were. But in his mind's eye, he's really a shooting guard.
Yeah.
Right? And you could play a 6'8" guy on a 7'2" guy if he's only playing, or majority of where he's playing is beyond the 15-foot 18, 19, 21, 22. That's where he's more comfortable.
And let's not forget too.
He
was killing Hartenstein, bro.
Let's
not forget that Tibbs was searching for answers, bro.
Yes, he was flipping, flopping. Once he dirtied
still bullying Hartenstein too. Like,
I said, dude, that man is 7'2", 3. I don't care what they say. He's like 330, 340.
Yeah,
it's a big guy.
Yeah, he big, bro.
It's a big guy. You're not gonna if he had it in him. Remember the night what he did to Wemby?
Yeah.
When he put the 70 on Wemby?
Yeah.
When you looked at just him and Wemby matchup, it was ugly.
What it
looked like it was half that man's size.
Yeah.
It was ugly. He was knocking Wemby out of the paint.
But I think some of that was like leverage, and I think with like OG, I think we don't give OG credit for how strong he actually is.
Yeah, don't forget he 240, bro.
That man tried to he was trying to back OG into the paint, and he was going nowhere.
Yeah.
Even before the double teams came, he was trying to back OG into the paint, and some of that has to be like leverage, like the football term, low man wins.
Right.
OG was getting up under him, so he couldn't really push how he normally does against 7-footers that don't have that type of leverage. Like teams try to put other big 7-footers on him, and he would just square and overwhelm them. OG was like getting up under him and like stifling him on his initial back downs, and then I would buy him enough time for the double team to come over. And then when we had the swarming double team, it kind of made it difficult on
y'all
him.
remember the two y'all remember the two Josh Hart plays on Embiid? Anybody remember that?
What happened? I'm trying to remember.
Man, bro, I think on one Embiid fell down because he pushed Josh Hart so fast. and then the other Josh Hart was climbing on him like a spider monkey, and Josh Hart and Embiid was like, he all over me. Yeah, bro, Embiid is strong, bro. Let's not get into it. You're not just gonna throw it. Josh Hart is strong, right? But come on, man, Embiid at 330, man, nah.
He's just the way he's going to be the biggest. What if? Like, what if he had just took his conditioning more?
He's at the position where he's at the precipice. Like when Shaq turned 30, it went downhill after 30.
It happens, bro.
Yeah, but Shaq was still winning championships after 30.
Yeah. How was he with the last championship?
But being at the precipice and winning championships
with Miami, he was like 33.
Yeah,
I thought he was 32.
They don't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, but he wasn't the best player on that team.
Yeah,
he wasn't the best.
With Embiid, with that team set up the way it is, Embiid has to be the best player to win a championship.
Right. Yeah.
And Shaq also, every time he went to the playoffs finals, he had a great guard. Penny, Kobe, Wade. He had a great guard that brought him to the finals.
That's why he's not bad. That's why I'm telling you, Shaq is not better than Pat Ewing, bro.
Yeah, Pat Ewing did it without guards. And he was defense. He averaged
Y'all don't get 80
I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole of frivolous fruitlessness. I'm just not gonna do that with you.
Man,
you and Bob could have a special show of how many centers that Pat is better than, and y'all could just do that all day.
You can sum it up and say all.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, because he's better than.
Because even Wilt Chamberlain before Wilt Chamberlain had Jerry West, he had Hal Greer. Bro, he had Hal Greer, bro. Come on.
Look at Hakeem, though. Hakeem the Dream.
He could have had me. He could have had me, you, Dre. He could have had any one of us. Wilt was gonna be Wilt.
That's like saying
Kareem was gonna be Kareem.
Yo, who was Devin Booker? Devin Booker don't stand out in NBA history. Hal Greer was like Devin Booker, bro, like a smaller version of that.
That had nothing to do with that person's individual skill set.
Oh, the fact that he played with Hal Greer and Jerry West?
Ain't had nothing to do with that. Oh. That man, before he got to Jerry West, Wilt was already averaging 50.
Hal Greer.
Okay. Before he got to Hal Greer. Look at Wilt. There's legendary things of Wilt dropping 70 and all kinds of ridiculous numbers. Wilt ain't need nobody to be Wilt.
Pat would have averaged 150 points a game in that era, bro. prime Pat Ewing against the Plumbers, bro. Come on, man.
Wilt would have ate his lunch.
Man, Pat Ewing would have scored. Pat Ewing would have averaged 95 on George Mikan, bro. Come on.
Yes, on George Mikan, he'd have ate Mikan's lunch, but he wasn't eating Wilt's lunch. You can forget that. Wilt was taking his lunch money.
I'm gonna ask Dre this. Dre, what was Pat Ewing's best career? Like what year was Pat Ewing's best season as a pro? And then look at just overall impact, stats, and all that, and then see if he had a point guard on that team.
He did. He had 2.
Because I saw a year he had
3.
Like 29, 10, like 3 blocks.
He had 3.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Mark Jackson, Rod Strickland, and eventually Mo Cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.
And that was his best statistical career when he had good point guard play, right? And then what I'm saying to y'all is there are anomalies, right? There are going to be anomalies throughout a center's career, right? Because to me, the center conversation goes Pat Ewing, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, David Robinson, right? That's who I view the center position. If Pat Ewing had the point guard play of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, will you go from Oscar Robertson to Magic Johnson? I think Pat Ewing would have put up crazy numbers too, right? If Bill Russell played with who was the point guard after my guy retired in 65? After my guy retired, the original New York City point guard, the white guy. You know who I'm talking about. He retired in 64, 65. Bob Cousy. After Bob Cousy, who was their point guard? Was it the Jones kid? The Jones guy? I can't remember. But anyway, if Pat Ewing had the point guards that Shaq played with, Scott Skiles, Penny Hardaway,
Mark Jackson is a better ball distributor than both of those guys.
Oh my God, Penny Hardaway, the way he played,
Mark Jackson is a better. Oh my God, Mark Jackson and Scott Skiles is a great. Those guys are great guys. For Mark Jackson is a better floor general than both of those guys.
But you forget that Penny's one of Penny's greatest skills was getting to the basket. Him getting down and picking up double teams would have been perfect for you and for the alley. He could also alley-oop. He could also give him the give and go. Like Patrick would have given him screens and it would have been set. Like,
but you're talking about what he needed to get off. See, that's always gonna. Freezy doesn't talk about the person's individual skill sets.
We could talk about any skill sets. I'm talking
about the centers. I'm talking about this is a center conversation. I don't know how we got here, but since we're here, he is not as individually skilled as Moses. He's not as individually skilled as Elijah. He's not as individually skilled.
Dre, look up Moses Malone field goal percentage, bro. Look up Moses Malone.
You look at Moses Malone. You look at Moses Malone's stats. You do that. You compare him to Pat's. You do that.
You talking about the rookie and MVP?
You go ahead and do that.
Come on, bro.
Go ahead and do that.
Moses Malone was known for offensive rebounding because he was gathering his own shot. Bill Russell too.
Purposely missing.
You calling that man Angel Reese, Freezy?
Yeah, hey man.
You
get there how you get there, bro.
Because he's smart, and basketball in the paint is about positioning.
So wait, hold on. You're telling me it's smart to miss a shot that you can make to grab a rebound just to go back up? That's double the work.
Yeah, it's double the work for those who can't handle the work. It's double the work for those who just want to just. every shot you get is not going to be a perfect shot. A defender more than likely is going to be somewhere near there to try and defend, because that's the meaning of the word. And if you see that you can get a better angle and to ease your man off and be able to easily recollect that and score, that's high efficiency.
Just shoot it off the glass, bro. Off the glass.
And,
wait a minute, you talking about skill? Nah, he
and worse if you got a little man on your back. Worse if you got a little man on your back that can't come over your back, that can't do a damn thing with you down there. Come on now.
Respect to Moses Malone, right? I respect Moses, right? Moses is definitely a top 10 center all time, definitely. Like, where in that top 10, it depends on y'all, wherever y'all rank him at, right? But I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that man was skilled, bro.
Do you forget that? Okay, Patrick Ewing used to set screens. Patrick Ewing used to grab boards, pick up other people's men that was cutting to the basket and block and play defense on guards, small forwards, whoever was down there, he was able to follow. His footwork was good, but I'm not going to say he's better than Hakeem. I'm going to say, to me, he's one of the top 3 centers I have seen. I'm not saying any of these new guys that came out like Jokic or Wemby or any of them, but to me, Ewing was a top 3 at best. Like, he was undeniable. Hakeem's footwork offensively and how Hakeem averaged 4 blocks for a whole decade. That's the only reason why I say him and Hakeem are the 2 top centers I've seen. Not saying the new guys, but when I seen it as when I was a kid. But Ewing was a GOAT to me, and he still is, because it wasn't just what he did defensively. It was what he did on the floor as a captain. Like, the dude would be checking people. He didn't back down from nothing, and he played all these games with bad knees. Like, what player are you going to see out there giving out hard work and all of that long with those bad knees he had? So for me,
he's not better than Shaq.
Man,
Shaq's offensive dominance is one to be perfect, but when it came to defense, Ewing got him. Ewing got him.
Ewing got him, but Ewing is not. He's not head and shoulders over Shaq defensively.
And then
especially hold on now, especially young Shaq. Especially young Shaq. You didn't see? Did you see young Shaq?
Yes, they changed
that
the
would be
backcourt.
like saying Bam Adebayo's better than Jokic because he plays defense.
Oh. Yeah, that's madness. Young Shaq, 290, leading the break.
Yeah,
but
that's all offense. AD, look at Ewing's defense, 3 blocks.
No, look at young Shaq's defense. Young Shaq was sending them out.
Young Shaq was Jumbo Giannis.
What are you talking about?
Dre said Jumbo Giannis.
He was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Young Shaq was Jumbo Giannis.
Yeah. Bro, if you ever let the train leave the station, bro, he's going to break a backboard, bro.
He was going to break a backboard.
Yeah.
Yep. He was doing it. He was doing it with just playing.
Yeah, he was like, y'all remember when Jamal Lewis rushed for 2,000 yards? And the defense was, it didn't matter if you put 10 people in the box. If that man ever got momentum going, he was gone. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if you had. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, like, if he took his body as seriously as David Robinson, he would have been the greatest player to ever play basketball.
Agreed. Especially with the free throws. I agree. He would have been nasty.
Yeah. Well, part of that too was the NBA didn't know how to officiate Shaq.
Yeah.
Right. They legit, that man would get beat up every game because, centers back then, remember, you're coming out of the 80s with a Jack Sigma body type, Rick Smith's Pat Ewing body type, when centers were David Robinson body types, like 7'1", 225, 230 body types. Bro, them dudes up against Shaq, not only do you have to get around that 295, the dude was probably the strongest player in the NBA at the same time and may have been pound for pound the best athlete. It'd have been like if Zion was 7'1". If Zion was 7'1", bro, that's Shaq.
Yes.
Bro, it's not just like he was big. he was strong and he was fundamentally sound, well coached at LSU, mobile,
fluid.
and for the most part, he stayed healthy in those early years.
Yeah.
There was no like, oh well, Shaq's gonna miss the next 6 games. Nah,
there's none of that. There's none of that.
Bro.
Like muscle
Not even the
bound
Laker years?
7-footers. Muscle bound 7-footers were never that fluid or
No,
coordinated. Never.
no.
If you had all
man.
that muscle and you were 7 foot, you were stiff.
Right.
He treated a lot of guys badly. With the freezing point of guys beating him up, he beat up a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Remember, he's 7'1",
Right.
290 before lunch.
Yep.
There is no way that man just walks around in the paint and not forearm people in the face.
Yep.
It's in guards coming in. I don't know how guards was going in the lane with that big dude in the lane. There's no way in the hell.
Ain't no way.
I would have learned the floater quick.
We talk about bumping cutters.
Bro, it's a thing, bro. I promise you, like it's one of those things you don't necessarily notice on TV.
I know.
But
I'm saying back then.
Oh, like dudes was getting their head knocked.
Look at the fight with Kobe when Chris Childs, 2 pieces the great, rest in peace, right? As the fight is breaking off and stuff, you see Pat and Shaq squaring up, right? And Shaq don't want to fight Pat, right?
No, Pat.
But Shaq is doing what Pat is doing, all of his, and Shaq is just moving him.
Yeah,
literally. Just pushing him back. Pat can't even hold his ground.
Right.
And Shaq is just giving him a little light love in the chest. All right, Pat, back up.
And at that point, Pat was like 270.
At that point, Pat was big.
Pat was big, bro.
Pat was big for Pat. For career size, Pat is big. And Shaq is just moving him out of the way. Like nothing. Pat, I don't want to do this to you, baby.
Yo, the saddest thing is I think there's a clip on the internet somewhere where Moses Malone has to guard Shaq. I think Moses Malone is in AD. Where's Moses Malone in '93? He's where, San Antonio?
Yeah, he's
somewhere. Yeah. Just some random Atlanta, some random city. And the biggest dude, not Moses Malone, Tree Rollins. The dude Tree Rollins is guarding Shaq. And Shaq is backing down Tree Rollins. And the dude is like, that's 600 pounds of humanity. Right?
Yeah. And Tree's a big dude.
Tree is a big dude. And he went to Clemson, by the way. Shout out to the Clemson.
Tree's a big dude. But to the point, I'm sorry, guys. Pat, I love Pat. I don't know why. Happy birthday. I think Pat's birthday was like somewhere this week.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to
Leo's baby.
To the great Patrick Ewing. Gave us a lot of thrills and chills and spills.
Oh, bro, at the center position.
But he's not the GOAT.
I ain't saying he's go by say top 3. So you got room for Hakeem and Shaq in there as well. So
yeah. Just real quick. I got a thing I'm gonna ask AD since AD is here, right? Somebody told me, and no, it wasn't Gregory Castillo, right? Somebody told me that there is a team that has the greatest center lineage in the NBA, right? And you know already when it comes to the greatest center lineage in the NBA, you already know how I love my Knicks, right? But I don't think it's the Knicks. I don't think Willis.
No, it's not.
I don't
think Willis. It's the Lakers.
Who's the dude I keep forgetting the name of the dude we traded for Dave DeBusschere.
Walt Bellamy.
Walt Bellamy was a great NBA center.
Yes, he was.
NBA center.
Yes, he was.
And people forget about him, but Walt Bellamy, Willis Reed, and Pat Ewing, just those 3 names right there should have you in the conversation, right? AD, who do you think has the greatest history of centers? What organization?
I think it's the Lakers, hands down.
What about the Magic? Dwight Howard, Shaq.
No. Dwight Howard and Shaq is good, but when you go from Mikan, Wilt, Kareem,
Vladdy.
Yeah, I forgot about Vladdy.
then to
Shaq.
today Shaq. Then to
Dwight Howard.
To Dwight Howard. You know what I'm saying? Then you come into Gasol.
Powell was right
then
there.
you go into Gasol.
Yep.
There is nobody in the history of centers.
You could even say AD now because they wanted a chip.
Got that. Nobody got that. AD, nobody. That's why I said present day. Nobody's ever had that.
Not even. How about Houston?
Nobody's ever had that.
They had Yao-Ming. They had Hakeem. Like
nobody's ever had that.
That's it.
I just named like 10 guys.
Nah, you right.
Over a span of the NBA's not that old. We forget that. And they've had these guys. The NBA's only had 5,000 players that's ever touched the NBA court.
Right.
And somehow all world centers just lined up on the Lakers.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Freezy knows why, but
they prioritized it. The Lakers historically, like the Celtics, like a lot of teams, because remember the big, for the first half of the NBA's career, it was all about the big.
Up until Jordan.
Up until Mike.
And even then, through Mike was through the golden age of the big. So,
and even then, when me and Freezy had this vicious argument about that nonsense. Remember something. When Mike is coming into the draft, right? And they're having either, I think it was before, I can't remember when they had the scrimmages between the NBA All-Stars and the college guys. I can't remember if it was before the draft or after.
Right.
Mike bust they ass. Every game they played against the college guys, Mike bust they ass. They knew he was coming.
Right.
And they still took bigs.
And they knew he was coming. It's not that they didn't see this tidal wave coming. They knew he was coming. They knew Barkley was coming.
Right. Very, very underrated all-time great Charles Barkley.
When Barkley was at the scouting combine, it's only because he was out of shape. And the politics of the game, but he was busting their ass.
I did love him with the Sons of KJ though. Barkley was beast with that dude.
So I put my answer in the chat. Somebody swayed me in a separate conversation.
San Antonio, no. San Antonio
San Antonio, yeah.
Does not have the greatest collection.
Yeah, San Antonio. You can start the San Antonio lineage from 1984 to today. Right. San Antonio is a team that kept great NBA centers, and you can start from just after they entered the NBA all the way up to today.
So you start
from Artis drafting them, then yeah.
You talking about Artis Gilmore?
Yeah, bro. You got to give Artis Gilmore credit, bro.
Yes, okay, but you're not naming 10. You naming 5 at best.
Right? No. I'm not naming quantity. I want to name quality. Like,
okay.
Now listen, the Lakers, we name quality and quantity, right? We name quality and quantity, right? But I don't think you can name the Celtics, right? The Celtics legit have had great centers over the course of their existence, right? From Bill Russell all the way through to Porzingis. They've had great centers on their roster. Like, they've had all-time greats.
Or big men in general.
Yeah. But if you name, but when you go San Antonio, that's a sneaky pick to add to the conversation, because Artis Gilmore wasn't no joke, bro. Artis Gilmore legit was a double, bro. Dopest sideburns in the game, for one. Right? Dopest sideburns in the game. He legit coolest dude ever, probably in the NBA, right?
That man kept them sideburns to the very end.
Even when he was playing with Boston, man, that weird number. Remember he played for Boston?
That man took them sideburns to the grave.
That man played with Reggie Lewis. People don't.
That man took them sideburns.
Yo, guys, I'm sorry. I got to cut out. My phone's about to die. But
peace.
Go to your go. Good to see y'all again. Thanks for having me on. Salute.
That man took them sideburns to the grave.
Yeah, man. You could put San Antonio in that conversation, though, AD. If you're talking about going from Artis Gilmore, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Wemby, you can have them in the. Now, I'm not saying they win the conversation.
Oh, but they're in the conversation.
But they are definitely in the conversation out of nowhere.
They're definitely in the conversation. Because Wemby, I watched that. I watched 2 hours of Wemby's highlights sometime last week. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Right. Right.
I was gonna chime in. I was looking up like the history of the NBA. You know, from 1972 to about 2008, only one guard and guy was drafted number 1 overall. Just one flat out guard.
Just one.
And it was Allen Iverson. That's it.
It was Iverson, yeah.
From 1972 to 2008.
And you know why Iverson went number 1? I'm gonna just say this, it's gonna make you laugh.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Freezy. Wasn't Jalen Rhodes' dad drafted? No, he was in 60.
Jimmy Walker. He was
Jimmy
drafted
Walker
in 68.
68.
He was drafted in 68.
Right.
Doug Collins in 73 was drafted number 1.
South Carolina Gamecock. Doug Collins. Yeah, man.
As a guard.
Yeah.
But then after that, it was center, forward, forward, center.
Yeah. But Dre, the only reason, and I'm not saying the only reason, but the reason why AI went number 1 in that draft was because there were no big men in that draft at all. Right?
Damn.
Well, you had Camby.
So why did the Knicks draft a bunch of big men then?
Well, you had Camby. Camby was number 2.
They drafted the jumbo wings, dude, 6'8", 230. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, I'm wrong. Camby was in that draft. Yeah, you're right, AD.
In that draft.
Yeah, you're right. Todd Fuller was in that draft.
Todd Fuller's in that draft.
He wasn't in consideration for the number 1 pick.
No, he wasn't. What's the name is in that draft that slid to us?
The dude from Cleveland. The big man Cleveland drafted.
Jermaine O'Neal is in that draft.
Yeah, he got picked the pick right before us, and we didn't trade up.
No. There was some, but there was no big outside of Camby that was in contention for the number.
Nah, no big. There were no bigs. And I forgot about Camby because Camby's career is kind of like
because I thought, and not to cut you with Camby, I thought that really you could have either went Iverson, Marbury, or Ray Allen very easily.
Number 1?
Yeah, very easily. Very easily.
Was it Sharif?
Hey, cut his cord, Drake. Cut his mic.
Very easy.
Mike. AI was the number 1 pick.
I know, but for
me,
the
number 1 pick in '95 if he came out. Remember he came out.
Yeah, but for me,
Georgetown for a second year.
That's fine, but for me, Jesus Shuttlesworth. We don't remember how good that man was in college.
No, we remember, bro. We remember.
Like Jesus Shuttlesworth was born. I remember those games against in the Big East finals and when him and AI went at it,
and Kerry Kittles
and
Lawrence Moulton. Remember Lawrence Moulton?
Yeah, that was the last of the great, for me at least, the great Big East times. But you could have went either one of them because Marbury was something special.
Marbury was special, bro.
At that time, Marbury was absolutely special.
I couldn't see taking him number 1, no.
Oh yes, you could have.
No.
I wish the Knicks had number 1.
I love Marbury.
What as Clyde said, the rambling wreck from Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Yes.
That used to be the saying. Yeah, that was the saying.
Yes.
Anything Georgia Tech, rambling wreck, Georgia Tech.
I was gonna say, why did Lorenzen Wright, rest in peace, go that high?
Lorenzen Wright.
Lorenzen Wright was a big time player in college.
Yeah, man.
He was. Lorenzen Wright was, God rest his soul. Such a tragedy.
Where did he go? He went to
Memphis?
Vancouver? He went to Vancouver.
Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
Vancouver, and then they traded him to Memphis.
No, they moved to Memphis.
Oh, they moved, right? Okay,
Yeah,
they moved to Memphis, and it goes from there. But that was a great draft. That really was a great draft.
And the Knicks had 3 picks.
And the bigs that got drafted late in that draft, 17 was Jermaine O'Neal, 20 was Big Z.
Yep.
And the Knicks ain't take.
And Ben Wallace didn't get drafted. He went undrafted in that draft.
Yeah, but you really had to.
He had to get it out the mud.
You really had to get it out the mud with Ben. You know what I mean? No disrespect to Ben. Ben was a really unpolished. Ben reminded you of that dude in. Remember that basketball movie with Bernard King, Fast Break? He reminds you of the big white guy.
Oh, you want to make us
that played football. Ben reminds you of the big white guy that played football. Ben could hurt you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ben was not the Ben that we saw. Ben took some crafting.
Yeah, look at I forgot about Jerry Lucas and McAdoo. McAdoo was here for a year and a half. And don't forget about Spencer Haywood, too. We had Spencer Haywood also.
Yeah.
Spencer Haywood and McAdoo played together. That's why McAdoo got traded, because Haywood wanted to play center. That was back when the center got all the touches.
Todd Fuller.
Oh, God. Yeah, Todd Fuller was a disaster waiting to happen. I think Todd Fuller was the DEI hire, bro. He shouldn't even been Todd Fuller was like, why y'all taking him at 10 again? I mean,
but it's always that. Look at Jordan's draft history, right? Look at the big they took, the big guy they took a couple of seasons ago. That was in the I think he was in the NCAA tournament. The big dude.
What team you said?
Oh God, I can't remember what team he played for. Big white guy. I think they took him at like 7 or something like that, or 10.
That was this year?
No, this is like 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago now. All of his draft, the guys he's drafted are the people who he's listened to outside of Kemba Walker and Ball. Look at his draft record.
You talking about Charlotte? Talking about Jordan?
Yeah, look at this draft record.
That ain't fit. Jordan did that city dirty, bro. He did them.
It's proof. Like, just because you're a great basketball player, you don't.
No.
Great.
And that's why and that's one of the reasons why he stopped talking to his friends or whatever. Because when they were saying the truth, he couldn't take it.
He couldn't take it. Him and Barkley fell out, bro, over that.
Couldn't take it. Like, yo, you need to hire some dudes who see the game differently from you, yo,
and let them do their job.
Man,
yo, that's the beef with people down here, bro. Is the Atlanta Hawks and the Charlotte Hornets historically hire very smart people, but the decision maker is like, I'm eating cotton candy, drinking Pepsi, whatever's on my mind, that's what I'm going to do. And you got a army of like 200 college educated master degree people, and they like, nah, don't Mike Jordan, don't draft Byron Mullins out of Ohio State. You remember BJ Mullins?
Yes.
The ginger look like Simba?
Yes. Because what these athletes, Freezy, and this is no disrespect to them, right? And this is the disconnect between the athlete and the fan. They don't give the people who watch the game enough credit to know what the hell they're watching. They believe just because they played the game at the very, very highest level, and they were on the court or whatever, that their knowledge reigns supreme over everything.
Yeah.
And outside of Jerry West, look at all these great players and stuff that have run organizations, that have been in organizations, are trash.
Yeah.
There's only one Jerry West.
Yeah.
It's what's the name from the Spurs? He didn't play a lick.
Pop?
Not Pop. The general manager.
R.C. Buford.
R.C. Buford.
Buford, team president. Yeah.
He wouldn't know how to shoot a basketball if they put him up to the rim.
Right.
Right.
But analytically and talent bro.
Talent watching.
Bro, he
Jerry
was like,
Krause.
we don't need to. Yo, you remember when they were replacing Sean Elliott? He was like, yo, we don't need to replace Sean Elliott. We'll just get a guy like the guy coming off the bench in Miami. What's his name that wear bow ties on TV? And people laughed like,
yes, Greg. I'm sorry, Greg Castillo, Frank Kaminsky.
Yeah. Bro, the Hornets fan, bro. Yeah. That's all I have to say about that, bro. Just because the decision maker is not always the.
Just because you're a great player, just because you played the game, it doesn't mean you know everything there is to do the game.
And sometimes, like, the league is cyclical, and they probably only view the game in one way from when they played.
They remember the champagne showers. That's what they remember. Like, we had a champagne shower because we did this well. All we did was
that man was drafting centers to be Luke Longley. Like Luke Longley would play in today's league.
They drafted what's his name?
Luke Longley was drafted number 7, I think. When Minnesota drafted him, he was drafted like number 7.
Yeah.
With a little bit of intel.
Bro.
But I remember I watched that man. I think he went to. Did he go to? I think he went to some out west school, if I remember correctly.
For like what, a year and a half, right?
Like a half a year or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
he's big and he can shoot.
Yeah, but you're falling in love with just because he's big and he's mobile.
Yeah.
And he got a little bit of a touch, but he's the kind of guy, if you didn't have an engine behind him pushing him, you wasn't getting anything out of Luke.
Nothing, bro.
Like, keep it a buck. He probably got slapped up a lot in practice with Jordan and them. Keep it a buck.
Yeah.
But them kind of dudes got Snickers in their Foot Locker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When everybody getting in shape and you got Snickers in your Foot Locker. You got a donut. You out there like Full Metal Jacket. Is that a donut in your Foot Locker?
Yo, that thing make you laugh, bro.
That sergeant made that dude eat the donut in the middle of the barracks. Everybody had to.
Bro, you remember? Hey, AD, you remember when the Knicks drafted Channing Frye?
Oh God.
Yeah, where's Channing Frye from? Is he from
Arizona?
No. Is he from Long Island?
No.
Yeah.
Ain't no damn New Yorker.
Channing Frye is from New York.
I'm from no damn New York.
We
ain't claiming him.
Tobias Harris are first cousins. Bro, him and Tobias. So Tobias
we are
Harris
not. But as the former president wants to say, we need to see the birth certificate.
Yo, that man is.
We need to see the birth certificate.
Is he from? I don't think he's from Brooklyn.
We are not claiming Channing Frye. And I like Channing. I had the biggest hopes from Channing.
He should have been our starting center, but Larry Brown ruined him, bro. Larry Brown ruined everything Knicks related, bro.
He hit a couple of jump shots and they started calling him the next Tim Duncan.
But he wasn't. But if you remember, he wasn't even a jump shooter at Arizona. He
wasn't.
He was a finisher at Arizona, bro.
No, he wasn't.
I believe at Arizona they like won like they first 35 games or something that year, or 36, whatever the hell. They won a whole bunch of games and then they lost in the tournament, like their only loss.
They never should have drafted him. Not at that position because.
Do you mean the Knicks? You mean the Knicks?
The Knicks, yeah, because they were in. Bynum is right there, right? And I've heard Isaiah talk about this, that he wanted to draft Bynum, but they went safe because of what was going on with the organization and
Bynum was a high school kid too.
And I'm like, dude, this was the same reasoning why you gave Jared Jeffries a 5-year contract.
Lifetime
contract. Oh my God.
You and these nice guys that are supposed to be good in the locker room, they have no talent.
They have no talent, bro.
Remember we gave Ron Baker like 3 years for no reason and a
guaranteed too.
Guaranteed money
with a no trade.
With a no trade clause, bro.
Can't make this up.
And his only highlight is getting a flying elbow from AD.
And on a play where he couldn't, bro.
He wasn't even supposed to be in that play. He just inserted himself.
Bro, that man should not have even. What are we even talking? What are we even talking about, bro? That man shouldn't have even attempted to block a 7-footer, but he did.
That man flew like you ever seen somebody at work and they just do stupid hustle, like it's fake hustle.
Yeah.
Like you just hustling for no reason.
Yep. Yeah.
He didn't. It made no sense to draft some of these guys. It's just like what are you doing?
We got Ron Baker. Meanwhile, he was playing with Fred VanVleet, and we couldn't do that.
Oh my God!
We got the worst. We got the worst ones out of that whole organization. Was it Kenny Anthony from Wichita too?
Yep.
Yeah. He came out the year. I think he came out the year before them.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But they were like a powerhouse for a minute or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
Joker was sitting right there. I think he went like a slot or two in front of the Knicks. I think he went like 32, and Clee Anthony was drafted in 34.
Wasn't Brunson in that draft?
No.
Brunson wasn't in that draft. Okay.
He was in the Luka draft, which is like 2000.
But he was sitting right there, and this is where your scouting department, you got to be like, yo, okay, why are you saying Clee Anthony early again over this big kid here from Serbia or Ukraine or wherever he's from?
Right.
I need to have basically what I'm saying. I need to have all the intel, and not because you go to see one thing means that you got to come home with that.
Oh, AD, I'm looking at that Channing Frye draft, bro. The dude that I wanted more than anybody. And maybe Coach Malpica will agree with me on this, but Syracuse had a power forward, bro, that was just a ball of energy, bro. You remember the dude Hakeem Warwick?
Yes, I like Hakeem.
Oh, I love that.
He made the game-saving block in the championship game.
That man was all legs and arms.
Man, I was in love with that dude, bro.
Yeah,
I was thinking, man, if we draft him, but it worked out for us. But just
he reminded me of Tyrus Thomas a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, all that. But I'm just gonna name a few people in that draft, just some people that played for a long time. Marcin Gortat was in that draft. Amir Johnson was in that draft. Ironically, Amir Johnson's son, I think, got drafted this year, which is crazy, right?
Whoa, who's his son?
I think it's a dude named AJ Johnson.
Oh, I didn't even know he had a son in there.
I don't know if that's true. I think somebody said I didn't verify it, right?
Well,
but
Gortat invented his own screen, the Gortat screen.
Oh yeah.
He invented his own thing.
Yo, Monte Ellis was in that draft.
I like Monty.
Yeah, Ronnie.
That's another one. He's another one. The Knicks worked out Monte Ellis like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
That was like the running the word at the time. I remember. I'm glad you reminded me of that. The Knicks worked him out like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Yeah, Monte Ellis was in that draft. Ronnie Turioff was in that draft. Ersan Ilyasova. These are second-round picks that I'm mentioning too, by the way. Second-round picks: Martin Gortat, Amir Johnson, Ryan Gomes, Lou Williams, Monte Ellis, Ronnie Turioff. A lot
of long careers in there.
Yeah,
second round.
Ersan
Probably one of the best second rounds ever.
CJ Miles, Brandon Bass, all of them dudes were second-round picks.
And they stuck around for 5, 6, 7 years.
12 years, yeah. First round pick guys, David Lee, Jan Mahimi was in that draft, Jason Maxiell, Francisco Garcia. He ain't really. Jarrett Jack was in that draft.
I thought Francisco Garcia was going to be nice. He was out of Louisville, wasn't he?
Yeah, the 6'7" shooting guard.
I thought he was going to be nice. I thought he was going to have a long career as well.
Yeah, man. Hakeem Ward, Gerald Green, Danny Granger went 17, bro.
Yes.
Danny
out of nowhere.
Bro.
Out of nowhere, he just popped up, started averaging 20.
Yes. Out of nowhere.
He was a bucket, bro.
Out of nowhere. He's like a poor man's Melo. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, he was a bucket, bro. Who else was in that? Martell Webster. Yeah, I think that's my cousin. Raymond Felton. Chris Paul was in that draft. Darren Williams.
Yes. That's a great
Marvin
draft.
Williams, bro. Andrew Bogut. Yeah, that draft.
Shout out to Atlanta for taking it.
For wasting as usual.
Again, Atlanta, when they took and Marvin was able to build a little niche for himself.
Yeah.
Right?
But to be fair, 6 man in college that damn.
Yes. But to be fair, but Marvin coming out of Carolina.
They were loaded, though. They were loaded.
And they were so loaded. Like anything named Carolina, this is pre-Calipari. Anything named Carolina, boom. It had to go. It had to fly.
A top 10. You had to pick them in a top.
And we didn't really know Marvin. They didn't really know how good Marvin's potential could really be. You see what I'm saying? Like Marvin eventually became just like a good guy. Good 6'7" guy.
For those that don't know, think Harrison Barnes. Think that type of player.
No, he's not as good. He's not as NBA career as good as Harrison Barnes is better.
No, I'm talking about.
But yes, that type of player. I see where you're going with
the archetype. I'm talking about the archetype.
Yes, I see where you're going with it. I see where because he eventually does become,
solid.
Yeah, a solid dude.
It took him about like 5 years, 5, 6.
Yeah,
and I think both of them are Seattle Hoopers, right? Those dudes from Seattle, right?
Yeah, I think he is from Seattle.
Yeah, I think they from Seattle. Like Seattle had I think they played. I think a bunch of them dudes played together.
Seattle on the low had a nice little market of hoopers.
My homeboy be telling me that, yo, no lie, my homeboy to this day, one of my homeboys I was in the military with say right now, the Northwest hoop scene is better than New York. Right now,
but they've been good for a minute.
It's because New York hoopers go to the prep schools in Florida.
They've been good for a minute. They've had a lot of good NBA talent that has come through. But they have been good for a minute. But it's sometimes I understand why the Knicks punted on the draft for a couple of years in a row. Because they were like, we didn't see anything that we could add. And that's fair. That's fair. But you have to trust, your intel that says there's nothing worth there to add right now. There's always a jewel out there.
Always. If I'm the Knicks though, understanding our tragic and at times disappointing history, I think you have to forego adding a veteran for the league minimum at the risk of letting a 18 or 19-year-old onto your roster. Right. Like if you can legit pay a high upside rookie $2.5 million, but you don't in order to bring in Cameron Payne, I think there's a mistake there. And I use Cameron Payne just for an example. I'm not saying that Cameron Payne is not going to be a quality player for us. What I'm saying is who adds more value right away, Ryan Dunn or Cameron Payne? And when you think about that, you're like, of course Cameron Payne adds value because he's a quality proven NBA point guard that you can have play right away in case the injury bug hits the team for the fourth year in a row. You have to have Cameron Payne over Ryan Dunn. Right? Because Ryan Dunn would be, no pun intended, but redundant.
Yes.
Because you already have Mikal Bridges, you already have Josh Hart, you already have Dante, you already have OG Anunoby. What do you need with Ryan Dunn?
Right.
Right. But what I would say to that is there's always a tomorrow. Right. There's always a tomorrow. Like today is not the day that you always think about. Right. You gotta think about the future sometimes.
Tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
But I thought Pacome was that. Ryan Dunn is like 23.
Ryan Dunn is 21.
Felt like he's older than that.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn played 3 years, and he's either way.
When you're going for it, Freezy, it's why LeBron for all those years, would have his team.
And Jordan. Don't forget Jordan, bro. Jordan, rookie for what?
Yeah, but LeBron more to a larger extent.
That man traded the number one overall pick.
Yeah, he had no time for it.
Right.
And in some cases, yeah, with good reason. In some cases, it makes sense, and in some, it doesn't. For him and for those teams, those Cleveland teams or whatever, Cleveland saw what the league literally gave Cleveland 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. They gave them all forms of equation when they lost LeBron.
They were on their way to Seattle, bro.
Right? And outside of Kyrie, all those picks sucked.
Yep. Wow, Tristan Thompson. I mean, he was.
Tristan Thompson's number 4 pick overall.
Hey, look, man. If LeBron didn't go back to Cleveland, Tristan Thompson would have been out of the league in 2017.
But you know what, and Dre, this is one of the things I want to talk to y'all about on the NBA channel. Maybe we could do it on playback.
Yeah.
But I felt like Cleveland was building a dynasty, bro. Right? They legit. People don't remember they drafted Kyrie and Tristan Thompson the same year. Then they drafted the guy out of Syracuse, the shooting guard, the bucket, Dion something.
Dion
Waiters.
Yeah, they drafted Dion Waiters, and then they drafted Wiggins, and then they wasted a pick on
some guy who's drafting a bread truck in Canada right now.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if they were left to their own devices, I think over time they would have built that into a championship contender.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing what we know now about Wiggins,
no way,
and Dion Waiters,
no way.
Hard for me to make that assumption.
Yeah, no way.
Right, but okay. So I think part of the thing y'all missing in my statement is Cleveland was taking the approach to build it slow. You're not going to hit on every pick, bro. No team does that.
Unless you're OKC.
Well,
but outside of Kyrie, they didn't hit on none of those picks. Anthony Bennett is the overall number 1 pick, and before he took off his hat, it was over.
How are you a number 1 overall pick and your NBA comp is broken down Larry Johnson?
Yeah.
I've never seen hold on. I've never seen an overall number 1 pick that quickly discarded.
I've never
it
seen
was
a
like
number
it
1
was like as soon as the draft was over, they were like, "Oh my god, what did we do?"
I've never seen a number 1 overall pick get drafted and everybody was just confused.
Confused.
Right. But it happens though when teams get too cute, bro. AD,
But
you
I
seen that before
can't
when
think of
teams
any
doing
other
cute.
example where like he wasn't even like nobody, like no analyst was talking about him going number 1. Not one.
Right.
I was like, who is this dude?
Me and AD remember that. Me and AD remember the night that Michael Olowokandi got drafted number 1.
The night, but in fairness, right? What the NBA did, they got all of these their known scout talent evaluators maybe like the week before the draft, and you were getting this vibe like he is this mystical thing from out of the rainforest of the tropical regions of wherever the hell he played basketball at. And they were comparing him to the Elijah Wan, and he had Manute Bol's quickness to the rim, and da-da-da-da. And then game 1. And he's
Deer in the headlights.
You're like, I don't understand. What did you see? What did you see?
AD, I mean, bro, come on. There was a draft. I'm looking at it right now. The 1989 draft. The 1980. Okay, so Dre, I don't know if you remember this draft or not, right?
I wasn't born in 1989, so I wouldn't remember.
I think the Knicks drafted Brian Quinnett in 89.
I've never heard that name.
You never heard of Brian Quinnett? I'm only
Brian Quinnett. I think he was number 23. I think they drafted Brian Quinnett.
Breezy, keep it a buck. Anybody born in like 2014 wouldn't know who Tim Hardaway Jr. was as a Knicks fan in like 15 years from now.
Right.
True that.
Because when you're talking about like late first round picks,
right?
It's a toss up at that point.
No, but the reason why I brought up the 89 draft is because Purvis Ellison was the number 1 pick in that draft, right? But basketball people knew that Glenn Rice was probably the best player coming out of college, right? Right, like you had so Sean Kemp had a great career, right? Vlade Divac had a great career, but those were unknowns. Cliff Robinson played in a Big East on a team that was dominated by teams other than Connecticut. And you watched the Michigan win the national championship against Seton Hall. They knocked off the 1989 Flying Lion that had Nick Anderson, Kendall Gill, Steve Bartle, Marcus Liberty, and I keep forgetting Marcus Liberty. I keep forgetting him, but anyway, the point that I'm getting at is the 89 draft when who was it? AD, who drafted Purvis Ellison? Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Sacramento drafted Purvis Ellison, right? When Sacramento drafted Purvis Ellison, you were like, "What the hell? Like what in the world? What? Why would you not take the 2 guys in that draft?" And Coach, I'm glad Coach said that, right? The 2 best players, it should have been. We're in that mindset where it's either going to be Sean Elliott. That might be a little bit too high, number 1, right? But if you go Sean Elliott, number 1. I can understand where you're going with it, right? But definitely Glenn Rice, right? So you like Glenn Rice? You like, yo, come Purvis Ellison? What in the world is going on? So that's why when you say Anthony Bennett, I'm like, nah, I've been in those situations before, bro.
No, but we saw Never Nervous Purvis. Remember, he gets that name, Dre, with a mythical run with Louisville.
Yep.
With Wagner and Thompson and and he's a freshman.
Yep.
He's dominant.
In big moments, yep.
In big moments, he's dominant. Okay? And someone gave him the name Never Nervous Purvis. It's one of the greatest nicknames in sports history.
Yeah.
Where does he go? Number 2? Did he go 2?
No, he was the number 1 pick. over Glenn Rice and Sean Elliott.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but it was again just in
I
love.
I think that's Tim Hardaway. Was Tim Hardaway in that draft?
He might have been.
I think Tim Hardaway was in that draft, bro.
He might have been.
Tim Hardaway went 14th to Golden State.
Two-step.
Yo, Mookie Blaylock, Nick Anderson, Pooh Richardson. Yo, my homeboy Tom Hammonds. He used to own a car dealership around here.
But Hammonds what? Number 9 from Georgia Tech.
Yeah, he was just great rebounder, tough dude, bro.
He just looked like Karl Malone, but he wasn't Karl Malone.
Nah, he wasn't Karl Malone. Nah, and full disclosure, he still looked like Karl Malone, bro.
Yeah, he
body type.
Dude, he came in with an over NBA body immediately.
Yep. Stacey King was in that draft. J.R. Reed was in that draft.
Stacey King goes 6 to Chicago?
To the Bulls. Yep, to the Bulls. Yep.
The talk was they would somehow does Sean Elliott go 3 to Arizona?
Battle was a dude. I'm sorry, AD. I'm sorry.
Or to San Antonio? Does Sean Elliott go 3 to San Antonio?
Yes.
The talk was it was somehow the Bulls wanted Elliott to pair with Jordan.
Right.
At the time. Like Stacey King comes out of Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, yeah.
Right. Left-hander.
Yeah.
And they thought he kind of fell to them. They didn't really want him. He kind of fell to them.
Right.
Because
he was a tweener. Remember, Stacey King was a college center.
And he wasn't in shape.
Yeah, and he wasn't really Stacey King wasn't really a physical prototype.
Is it the same Stacey King that's like on the Chicago Bulls?
Yes. Yes, that's him.
Yeah.
That man talks a lot.
Yeah.
Dude, he mocked us. He mocked us at their parade, at one of their parades.
Yeah.
Go New York, go New York. They went.
Yeah.
I was like, Stacey, boy, you better come back. You better come back around these parts.
Yeah. Hey, you know who was it? Hey, so chat, guess who was the number 19 pick in that draft out of Louisville?
Is that Wagner?
No, it's Kenny Payne.
Kenny Payne, yes, Kenny Payne.
I don't even know why he got drafted.
Kenny Payne.
Okay. No disrespect to Kenny Payne, but
Kenny had a good little run. He had a good little run with Louisville. He had a good little run with Louisville. He did. Kenny was like Terry DeHare before Terry DeHare.
I thought he was. You know how you know how you go to the game to watch. I mean, I want to use the Yankees as a example. You know how you go to the Yankees game to watch Bernie Williams, and you're like, oh, that dude in left field, Gerald Williams, he's good too. but the only reason why you even noticed Gerald Williams was because you went to see Bernie Williams. That's how I felt about Kenny Payne. No disrespect. No disrespect. I felt like the only reason why you even knew his name was because Purvis Ellison was the number 1 pick.
Never nervous.
I mean, and I may be wrong. And listen, I'm not saying that I'm always right. I may not even be right on this assertion, but in '89, bro, you got to give me Sean Elliott or Glenn Rice, bro. But I got to get one of those two wing players, bro.
But remember back then,
next to a wing player next to Pat, you think Pat was going for it?
Pat would have went for it. Pat wasn't a boisterous guy like that.
Yeah.
He wasn't get me this guy, let me get that guy like that, especially early.
Yeah.
Especially in them early years with Bob Hill as his coach, and
player empowerment really wasn't a thing. So
and player empowerment really wasn't a thing.
Yeah, because when Isaiah traded Mark Aguirre, bro, it was all over the newspaper. You know what I'm saying?
No, when he traded Dantley.
I mean, I'm sorry. When he traded Dantley for Mark McGwire, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It was calling him a sucker.
Yeah, there was
all kind of
them out to my
Isaiah and You know, he blocked Dantley's chance from getting the championship. I'm like, you do realize that Dantley was on the team before, right?
And you do realize that Adrian Dantley slowed down their offense. Remember, Adrian Dantley was an ISO player, right? For those that don't know Adrian Dantley, he was a very undersized power forward that played the 3 but couldn't defend.
But he was smooth, though.
But he was, bro. And what he used to do to the basketball, what he used to do at the free throw line, bro. It was like watching an R-rated movie.
Yeah, you don't see guys, you know, like guys that take pride in their uniform, the way the uniform looks, the way the shot looks when it goes up. Like these guys were particular, like style points.
Right.
Was like, I'm not just gonna bust your ass in the numbers. Like I'm gonna look good doing it.
That was back when dudes was playing with Jerry curls and
like Dantley was one of those type of scorers. Like, I'm not just gonna do it to you. I'm going to look good while I'm doing it to you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I saw some highlights of Bernard the other day. I didn't even remember this. In one game, the entire other team's front court defense, the entire front court shifted to the man. Yeah. He catches in one turn fires.
Right. With the wrong hand. I know the highlight.
But he looked. But it's not only that he did it. He looked good doing it.
I know this.
So not only I'm doing it to you, I'm looking good. I'm looking good doing it. And when I'm running up the court, well, Bernard wasn't a shit talker.
No,
he just had the glare.
Right.
It was for him.
Oh, so if somebody started talking shit to him,
but if he was going to talk shit to him, that was the wrong dude to do it to.
Yeah, because then he was going for 45.
That'd be the wrong dude to do it to.
So AD, so here's my thing. Here's my thing to get you riled up for the night, and I'm not doing it on purpose. Right. Sure. Better pure scorer, Adrian Dantley or Carmelo Anthony?
Only one of them got 30K.
Melo, because Melo is a physical dude. Melo's a physical scorer. See, Melo's not like how I mentioned how those guys need to look good when in the shot. Nah, Melo don't need to look good. He'll look good doing it,
right?
But he don't need to.
Melo could give you a bucket in any kind of way you could ask.
In any kind of way you ask, he got on the body armor. Those guys back then didn't wear body armor. Melo got on the rib cage protector. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like Melo come for contact.
Right.
In a lot of ways, he came for contact. Like if the jumper wasn't working or whatever, okay, the spin move into the lane, that was gonna start cooking at some point.
And then at some point he'll start looking like Moses Malone with his own putbacks.
With the putbacks. He get that again. You put it up to get that reposition to ease off the defender, catch it. He's no longer boom.
They already bounced off of you on the first shot.
They already bounced off of you, and most likely, if you got that reputation to get that, you're gonna get that.
Yep. Oh, talking about whistle. You talking about Adrian Dantley? Them dudes,
hey,
he was in love with the whistle, bro.
And if Melo didn't get the first whistle, he gonna go right back to the same move to get it.
Yes.
Yep. and he gonna foul. He gonna foul the dude that fouled him. The same trip down the floor. He gonna foul that man extra hard so the ref can see it, and then Melo gonna come down and do the same move
because he's gonna lobby for it.
Yeah.
All the way. He was one of those lobbyers. You ain't see that?
You can hear him because they had the mic underneath the rim.
Yeah, you can hear him. You ain't see that? You ain't see what he did to me?
And then he'll point at his headband when his headband knocked up lopsided on the side.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even fix his headband. He'll walk up and down the court 2-3 possessions with his headband
being
wrong.
petty. Yeah.
Very, very misunderstood. I used to hate to hear those guys, in the public talk about Melo's game. I'm like, you guys just don't know what it is to put the ball in the basket. That's just what it is.
Dre, the reason why I asked this trick question is because I always felt like Carmelo Anthony's game was a carbon copy of Adrian Dantley, right? Where he wouldn't beat you with foot speed in his premier years. He wouldn't beat you with foot speed. He'd hit you with pump fakes and jab steps and be so strong that you could if you put your power forward on him, that power forward was still going to take a beating, right?
He beat you with decisiveness. Like, he did his move to do his move.
Right.
There was nothing you're going to do about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I said there's nothing you're going to do about it. Once he made up his mind to do a particular move, if he gives you 8 pump fakes, the shot's still going to go up. And you're going to jump.
And it's going to be pretty. Bro, and so AD on this one, I'm taking Adrian Dantley. Ironically, his name is AD also. I'm gonna take Adrian Dantley on this one, not because I want to be counter, right?
That's no.
Yeah, it's just in this case, like I take Melo over a bunch of scorers, but Adrian Dantley did all his damage. Like, that man averaged 24 points a game with no 3-pointers on 15 shots a game. That man averaged 24 points a game on 15 shots, AD.
Yeah. The game, like I said, the game is different to him. You know what I mean? Like, the game, he's playing in a physical era, but he's not a physical player.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
He don't need, the coach don't need to call a bunch of plays and stuff for him because the jumper is wet. His 15 to 18, he's not a 3-point shooter. His 15 to 18 is wet.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you describing Chris Middleton, kind of, a little bit.
Yeah. In efficiency.
He wasn't playing for the foul call, but he would get to his spot.
Yes, in efficiency.
And efficient and consistent, bro.
Yeah,
like Chris Middleton is going to show up now and then. You'll be like, "Oh, Chris Middleton is killing them down the stretch."
When Chris Middleton was healthy, he was consistent. But
yeah. Melo's more of the, like I said,
high volume.
On top of that is once he gets cooking, you want him to get cooking.
Yeah.
Because he could literally erupt. And it would just go. It could just go on the entire game.
And don't let it be like a way trip. Like, don't let Melo get cooking in Portland, bro, or say Seattle or whoever. Man, Melo was gonna cook on the rest of the road trip down the West Coast.
Yeah.
He was gonna cook everybody, bro.
He was gonna
cook Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Golden State, the Lakers, the Clippers, Phoenix. He's gonna cook everybody, bro. If he ever got it going. The only thing about that though, AD, when he wasn't cooking, bro,
it looked bad. When he wasn't cooking, you would hear the groans from the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing though, and I always say
Which
this:
is unfair. It's unfair.
It's unfair, but when you have a guy that you're depending that much on. Right? Melo didn't come here for that. The idea was he was going to be here with Amari and you were going to finagle away because one of the greatest point guards had literally stood up in the man's wedding and said that they were going to put their big three together in New York.
I'm coming. Remember that? New York, I'm coming.
So you ain't had no league and could possibly investigate or nothing. The man made a declaration and a toast that Melo, baby. And what was Melo always great with? A point guard.
Yeah.
You gave him Andre Miller. You gave him
It got so bad. They made D'Antoni try to turn him into a point guard.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
What's the dude name? Anthony Carter. They had Anthony Carter trying to get Carmelo the ball in Denver, bro. Anthony Carter.
When you gave him a point guard, which was what the somehow, some way, the Knicks fumbled the way to CP3. Remember, CP3's family and Pearl are friends. I've heard this man talk about it.
Yeah, they
had a direct connection to that whole kind. I think he's from North Carolina or something.
Yeah, they from down here.
It was right. Somehow the Knicks fumbled this situation.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, they fumbled that outright. I want to be there.
AD, you know what the part they fumbled? It was money. That's the part. I've been hearing this for years. It's the money. Chris Paul wanted to get paid like the top point guard in the NBA, right? And they were like, we got to fill out the rest of the roster, and we want to add. And they were talking about adding guys. Like Chris Paul was like, bro, I'm better than all three of them by myself. That's the rumor that I heard.
And that wasn't what the play was.
And I'll ask, bro. I just be straight up like, yo, why that man didn't,
Because when you brought Amari in here, your team doctors told you he doesn't have 5 years worth of need.
No, he got 2 years. Yeah. See. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't have 5, and you were like, you know what? We're so desperate. We whatever.
We got to make a splash, is what they said.
The same thing you wouldn't do for KD, you did for Amari.
Yeah.
Right? So you already knew you only had 2 years. Okay. You then turned, however you felt about it, you then pivoted. You then get Carmelo in here.
2 years, okay, top 15 all-time player, and you botched it.
And now you got a dude that's like, he's watching, because at that time, everything is the big three, right? Miami got their big three. This one is thinking about that. This one thinking about that. Everyone wants to pair up. You got the other half of the Banana Boat crew want to be together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you botch it. Somehow, some way, you botch it.
Right. And AD, and somebody told me this, and I don't know how true it is. I'm gonna say it based off of irresponsible speculation, right? But somebody told me years ago that they could have traded Amari and then did the what's the name for Chauncey Billups.
They could have.
The Knicks wanted to keep Amari and put all three of them together. And in my mind, I'm thinking, if you have evidence that Melo and Amari won't work, why would you want to keep Amari?
When they amnestied Chauncey,
yeah,
right.
Instead of Amari, yep.
Instead of Amari, it made no sense because Chauncey's contract was about to expire
anyway.
Why are you amnestying an expiring deal
when you could have saved $10 million?
It made no sense.
Ideally, you would have saved more than that. I'm just talking about Chauncey Billups' deal at $10 million and Amari at $20 million. I'm just talking about for that year.
It literally made no sense, Freezy, because remember, during that playoff run before the season, Amari first injures his back doing a trick dunk in the second playoff game against Boston.
I remember that.
So you know he's damaged goods. Yeah, and you have a chance. Not only is his knee and stuff injured, now his back is injured. You have a chance to amnesty that and have the contract space there for CP3. You F around and amnesty the wrong guy.
And it's not like you doing Amari dirty. You just amnestying the money on the salary cap. He still get that money. It just don't go towards the salary cap.
Your tenure here was short.
Yeah, but you still get. I think Dre, that's how it worked, right? The amnesty, you get the amnesty to play it. It just don't count against the cap, right?
Yeah. You have to pay it. You pay it off the books, but it's not on your cap.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way
after
they
that, there was the stretch provision. After that,
right.
That we used on Joakim Noah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But right then and there, they had a chance to literally pair two guys that were 26 years old and two guys that were in the top 10 players in the league at the time that wanted to play together.
Right. So you could have got Chris Paul for that 25 million or whatever it was that you would have, you know what I'm saying? And then I think you still could have found a way to get Tyson Chandler, who is a part of the equation that people forget about, because Amari and Melo as a front court defensively was beyond terrible, bro.
Not good.
You couldn't play Amari at the 5 and Melo at the 4 because neither was going to do big man stuff defensively, bro.
Melo didn't even want to play the 4.
He didn't even want to play the 4, bro, even though he was 235, 240 at the time.
Their loyalties just made no sense, Dre. The loyalty to Amari, I'm like, dude, he's not an all-time Knick. He wasn't here, but whatever. And every time you needed him in a big moment, he kept injuring himself. He self-injured himself in that trick basketball game for game 2 against Boston, right? Then the following year against Miami, he punches the fire extinguisher in Miami, knocks himself out of that. Then he hurts his back again, and he's out. And I mean, it was just ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Let me look into the chat here. Let me say salute to the chat. Coach, I see you. I saw that Moses Malone disrespect. You're old enough to know better. Delano, DSJ, my guy, salute. Boulevard, salute. I don't know where these guys went. I think they both went to go take a coffee break, but I'll hold it down.
Yeah, I'm back. Freezy got me back up.
Okay. I was just saluting.
I thought my whole thing froze, but it was.
I thought y'all were going, but I saw the live that said, "No, we still live." So I was like, "All right, I'll rock."
Sometimes the app be just tripping, so that's why I thought he messed up. But he's there. He pulled me back up. So, but yeah.
Yeah, but as I was saying,
Coach only bringing up Mario Hezonja because he's Italian.
Man, and the pasta. They just did a lot of Dre. I don't know why Freezy took us down this rabbit hole, but
it's a rabbit hole of pain, man.
It's just at that moment in time when, and to keep it a buck, a year or so afterwards, Orlando is now messing around with Howard, and this is the first time they expose Howard to life without Howard.
And we could have had a chance at that.
So Howard is available, right? And you're messing around. You're bringing in Phil Jackson, who's doing what? Who's tearing the whole damn thing down, but you still got Melo.
I think it was like this false sense of loyalty. That's why they didn't amnesty Amari, because he came when nobody else did. But if you're trying to win a championship, what does loyalty even mean?
Exactly. But that's what happens when, and at this time,
who was the GM at the time? Ernie Grunfeld, right?
Nah, it wasn't Grunfeld. It was Grunwald.
There we go.
Right? And they got rid of Grunwald. Grunwald, who was the best executive they had for a little minute. Because it's under.
He couldn't even do his job because
no, because Dolan just kept on. At that time he just kept on. Thank God he just kept on meddling.
AD, he was right to an extent. Right. Now how he was trying to get to the thing, he was wrong. Right. He was like, yo, a team in New York City has to have a superstar.
Yes.
Right? That's what he was saying. A team in
Yes.
New York, you have to have a superstar. You can't roll out here with these unnamed roster guys, right?
Yes.
Now, how they were going about it,
But
I agree with you.
But here's the thing. He was right to step in when the geriatric one didn't want to trade for Melo.
Was slow playing it. He was slow playing it.
Yeah. And when the league allowed them to talk,
All-Star break.
That All-Star break, Melo told him flat out, if you don't do this, I'm going to Brooklyn. Which was still in transition.
You could have called this bluff, but still, it would have been dumb to chance it.
It would have been dumb to chance it because Melo wanted his money and the lockout was looming.
Yep, the lockout was coming, bro.
This is where Knicks fans, when they get it twisted in the whole Carmelo Anthony thing, oh, you could have waited to the offseason. There wasn't going to be an offseason.
It was going to be a forever thing because with the lock, and mind you, it was not a strike. It was a
lockout.
Yeah. That means everything. It wasn't that the players wasn't showing up. The owners were going to stop basketball operations. Period.
And he wanted his money
before that, and I don't blame him.
So he forced it. They blinked. They made the trade. It didn't stop them from improving. See what I'm saying? It didn't stop them from continuing on improving. They weren't salary strapped or whatever. They got rid of what's the forward that they drafted? Oh my God, the two forwards. Oh my God.
Wilson Chandler and
Gallinari. And Gallinari, two forwards that was always hurt.
Yep.
Gallinari done had like umpteen. How is this man even still playing in the league is beyond me. That man done had umpteen surgeries.
I found out Wilson Chandler not even 38 years old still.
Yep.
Now Willie still Willie C, as we used to call him, Willie C. I'm like, yo, y'all are crying over Timothy Mozgov.
Right.
Can you stop? Really? You're gonna hold up a deal for one of the greatest scoring machines ever known to this game for Timothy Mozgov.
80. Look up what Donovan Mitchell went for, and then go back and look at what Melo went for.
Exactly. Ludicrous.
Right.
Fans hold on to that to this day. I'm like, yo, if Dolan didn't step in at that moment in time, what would you have had?
It would have, because fans kept saying, "Oh, if we would have waited and then signed him," I'm like, okay, if you would have waited and signed him, one of those forwards, their role would have been instantly diminished.
Yeah.
With Melo stepping in.
And he wasn't going to wait.
And it was a truncated season. Remember, they didn't play 82 games.
No, they played 50.
Yep.
No, and he wasn't going to wait. See what I'm saying? That's another thing. He told you, I was not going to wait. So you had to make this move. You just fumbled everything else after that. Like, you have a 26-year-old and you don't know what to do with it.
26-year-old, one of the greatest scorers. Like, he came into the league and you knew he was a problem. And you got him right before his actual prime.
Yep.
And you were about and you want to keep it a buck? You really wanted to sell him out for Jeremy Lin.
Yeah.
For a dude who played 10 games. Think about that. He moved heaven and earth to get here, and you were ready to sell him out for Jeremy Lin.
Man, what Norris Cole and what old boy that hit that game-winning shot, Mario Chalmers did to Jeremy Lin.
Oh,
I was over him after that.
Oh my God. Mario Chalmers ripped him the first 2 times of the game. That man was shook.
Yeah.
He was done. And then after that, the Heatles just got rolling.
That man was, they just got rolling. It was literally after that. They literally sharpened their, because they were going through their situation. They literally just got sharp right after that.
They were hearing all the hype, and they were like, okay.
Yeah, I think, were they one game over 500? Is that what they were? Miami?
I can't remember.
I believe that Jeremy Lin thing happened when we were like, what were we, like 10 and 15 or something? Then he hopped in.
Melo
Melo
hurt his ankle. Right. Melo hurt his ankle. And I think the Knicks lost 2 point guards. They were down to their last point guard. And they were about to cut him. They were about to cut Lin. And they were unable to because they needed bodies.
Yeah, because I think he was on a 10-day contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like on his second 10-day contract or something like that, maybe even his third. And they needed bodies. And to his credit, a lot of guys, there's been 5,000 guys that's played this game that have gotten their opportunity, and 98.9% of them never got to where that guy got in life.
I'll say this, though.
In basketball life.
I'll say this, though. 99.9% of point guards ain't been coached by D'Antoni.
Right.
Yeah, but his game was meant for his game. If you look into his story, he was Mr. Basketball.
Yeah, he was
in California.
Yeah, he was an actual hooper, but being Mr. Basketball, there's 50 states.
No, but he wasn't. No, but he wasn't. But he wasn't. There's 50 states, and so there's only 50 guys that can claim that.
He was Mr. Basketball of California.
Yeah. California is gigantic.
Yeah. He was a big time dude, and he was just being slighted just for the mere fact that he was Asian.
Yeah, that's the only. I think he's still been in the league, bro, to this day.
He tore up his knee a couple times.
Well, he got hurt. He tore up his knee a few times. And really and truly, that pick and roll game of him, he
got put on a scouting report after that. Like, eventually, like he never became the knockdown shooter. So him running pick and rolls just didn't really go anywhere after a certain point. Because at that point in the NBA, there weren't spacing bigs. There weren't really like teams that were built. You weren't catering to build a roster around his skill set at that point.
No.
But at that point, there weren't spacing bigs or anything like that. So if you can't shoot as a guard and you're on the court without a big that can shoot, and you're on the scouting report that, hey, send him left. Hey, he can't create a shot from going left. That's what happened. He just got put in the scouting report. Yep. And now, granted, he was a good player. Like, not everyone's going to be a superstar. He was a good role player for several years after that.
Yeah,
but those heights, you don't see those heights when you get put on the scouting report.
You don't see those heights. No one has ever seen those heights. That man, literally. I remember I was driving through Canal for some particular reason, and they had watch parties. All of a sudden, these little places started springing up, huge crowds just to watch his game.
When that man hit that 3 against the Raptors.
Oh!
Bro.
Dude, he almost blew the roof off the joint, yo.
Bro, you know Lynn Sanity was crazy. You know when he hit that shot, the Toronto Raptors came up and dapped him, bro?
Yes.
That was great, bro. Somebody told me that. I never noticed it. Somebody told me that, and I was like, that's a damn lie. Ain't no way. Well, you gonna break their heart and they're gonna come dap you up. Yes, it happened. It's true.
Dude, he turned their building against them.
Yes, bro.
He turned their building against them that night because what's the name was killing them. Calderon in the first half, he was killing them, right? Yeah. They make a switch. I think they put Shumpert on Calderon. He then locks up Calderon.
Remember that, like the end of that game, we were down 5. And
yes.
Shumpert like ripped him and got like a layup or something.
Yes, that game right there. That man absolutely arrived. He tore the roof off that place, yo. Oh my God! To his credit, like I said, he did bad business with the Knicks. I believe that, right? But he had a run that only happens in this great place of ours, where a star can be born like that from out of nowhere. And like I said, he took advantage of that.
That was Daryl Morey doing dirty business too.
Yeah, that was Daryl
Morey. Daryl Morey's one of those guys that ain't never played basketball, never did nothing with basketball. He just found a niche and found a way to maximize things. Like he's a numbers guy, through and through.
But I thought, you know, at the time, Lynn owed us a little bit better than that. To be naivete or to appear.
They were saying Melo was counting his money and all this stuff. Melo said straight up in the locker room, he's trying to help him capitalize on his thing. Like he was trying to help him make more money.
Yeah, I remember Melo
was jealous and all this. Like, no, it was just the fans trying to pit them.
Trying to pit them against each other.
Yeah. Melo ain't care at all.
I remember when supposedly him, Woody, and Melo met in California. They had dinner, they worked it out, whatever. And he's about to sign the deal. Monday's about to sign the deal. I was in Vegas at the time, right? And I kept looking at the, ESPN to see if it was done. Oh, Linsanity and the Knicks are, in talks and a deal is forthcoming. Then Monday comes. Oh,
I ain't never heard of a poison pill in my life until
then. I never heard of a poison pill until then.
Yeah.
I never heard of the phrase, the term, never, none of that.
All those things started with his contract.
But even now, the poison pill thing, teams do it all the time. They do it. The Hartenstein thing this year, to me, it's a poison pill type contract.
Yes, it is.
Right, like because the Knicks couldn't match it in the first year.
No, and that's because of the CBA.
Yeah. Now the years after that, the Knicks could have, whatever, move some things around, maybe go over the cap, whatever. But that first year, that 17 mil, if they could have did like, say, what was it worth, Jay? Like, what is it, like 60 mil over 2 years?
The most we could have offered him was 17 per, because he only made 8 million the year before. Like we could do 120 million, 120% more.
No, I'm talking about in the first year. That's in the first year, right?
Yeah, you could only do 120% more on the extension from 8 million to 100 to 117. 17.
Okay.
You could only do 120% off of those particular birds' rights. It's the reason why, like, guys like it's the reason why when Levine went and got his contract, he had to go straight up and be a regular free agent, because extending, he couldn't get his full max, because 120% of 20 mil a year wasn't the 47 and 50 million that he's getting a year. Same thing for Jaylen Brown, where like you had to technically be a straight up free agent to get paid.
Right.
And because we were already because we were already like pushing up on the cap or going over the cap, we could only extend him to the max via the bird rights. We couldn't, like, if we didn't have cap issues at all, like if we weren't paying a bunch of guys, we could have just let him be like a free agent and then just signed him to whatever figure. But the max we could offer him was based on the fact that we had to abide by the parameters of the salary cap. Like if we had $30 million in cap space, we could have just matched it. And in that case, I don't think OKC would have even offered him that if we could have matched it. Which I don't think we would have, but I don't think they would have went that far.
Yeah. The rumor mill says that the Knicks wasn't even in contention. It was Orlando and OKC. That OKC outbid Orlando. That was looking to offer him 4 years, $100 million.
Well, then if that makes sense, because Orlando just backed out and just paid a bunch of backup centers, a bunch of money.
Yeah.
To fill that void. Because they gave Mo Wagner, even though Mo Wagner is Franz's brother, they gave him a lot of money. Then they gave Goga a bunch of money.
Yeah,
he was running the bench for like 50 games.
I was surprised they really re-signed, because I thought the Knicks on the low might have been able to pivot to Goga.
Hey man, the value of these centers.
I like that. I like that kid.
They gave him $9 million.
Yeah.
They overpaid all their veterans.
They had to give him $9 million, because if they came up to him with $5 million, then the Knicks could just give him that $5 million.
Yeah.
And he probably leveraged that against them, like.
Yeah.
But my thing is, if you're the Knicks, it would lead me to believe then you're somehow, some way trying to work something out with Hartenstein, because Hartenstein's deal didn't come in the first day, 2, 3, 4, 5. It didn't come quickly.
What I was reading was, well, I don't know if it's true, but what I was reading was like the reports that came out was like he would have taken less. Like, for instance, if the Detroit Pistons were to offer him $24 million the first year or something like that, he probably would have taken the 17 in New York. But here's the problem: like, OKC offered him a bucket of money, and they're a contender. So it's like, it's not like he's losing anything from a competitive standpoint.
Right.
Yes, but my thing is, the deal wasn't day one. The deal was like the following week.
Yeah.
It sounds like his agent did a good job then.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're the Knicks, he would have had you already know you can't match it.
If he knew he BSing, then you move on and try to.
Then you move on.
I don't think
I'm with you on part of that though, but don't forget he had an exclusive negotiating window from the end of the NBA Finals to the start of free agency.
Okay,
right. Remember that the
yes.
early bird, yeah.
So they knew right then and there he's not taking this.
Yep. Yeah, and I
mean, it would have been a smart thing to go to actual free agency. I don't blame him for that at all.
Right.
But the Knicks should have pivoted. They should have been pivoted.
They should have been. That's just my point. They should have pivoted.
But Dre, what I was going to say to you is too, because I agree with you. They should have pivoted. They shouldn't have done what they did on draft night. Right. They probably should have combined picks, traded up in the draft, and drafted a center. That was my thought on it. Right. But I think what the Knicks told him is, yo, give us a week to see if we can move some money. And then if we can't move some money, then we'll just back out of the, you know what I'm saying?
That makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Because like the only way we could go above the max extension is if we gave him a straight up new contract that isn't an extension. It's just signing him outright as a free agent with some extra money in the cap because we dumped somebody.
Right.
I'll give you a name at the backup center. I thought they should have really took a real hard look at.
Who?
I thought Weissman was worth it.
Yeah. Freezy was a proponent.
Yeah.
I thought Weissman was really worth it. I'm like, this is not going to cost you much.
I think
this kid has a lot of talent.
A 2-year deal.
He has a lot of talent. He has a real. That's one team I wouldn't want to really see him with. Going up against the Knicks.
The only thing I'll say is Rick Carlisle is a very impatient guy especially when it comes to bigs. Like he leaves a lot of bigs on his bench. James Smith, Freezy. Like, he got Goga up out of there. Remember, Goga was on the Pacers first before he went to Orlando.
Yeah.
Like he's very impatient when it comes to
Yes, I
bigs.
forgot that he was on the. Yes,
He's impatient when it comes to big. So if you won't get it right immediately, you sit on the bench.
He's very impatient with young players, bro.
Yeah,
Very. You remember how impatient he was with Dennis Smith Jr.?
yeah.
You
But
remember you remember how impatient he was with Ben Mathurin?
yep,
Oh my
he
god.
still had
but
Ben. He might have Ben Mathurin coming off the bench this year. Like
but I don't think collectively as an organization they were sold on Dennis Smith.
as soon as Luka got there, they were like,
As soon as Luka got there, because remember they moved heaven and earth to move up in the draft to get Luka. Yeah. So the writing was on the wall, and this was year 2.
out. To get back to your point, AD, about Wiseman. Like if any coach could like simplify the game for him, it would be Tibbs because that's what he does. He makes the game as simple as it can be for a center.
And he's talented. I looked at him the other day, and I was like, "This would have been worth it."
Like
I
that
think,
complicated Warrior
yeah,
system wasn't
this
for
would have
him.
been worth it. No, they didn't really. It was one of those picks with them where they really didn't want to pick him.
LaMelo was right there.
LaMelo was right there for them. I'm like, yo, why are y'all even wasting this time right here? Y'all know it's LaMelo. Why not just take him and he would have been the next tier into what y'all want to
They are
do?
so lucky. Steph Curry, that whole franchise is so lucky. Steph Curry breathes air. Because if they didn't win that championship, my
But
God, it would have been a fumble.
but it made too much sense for them to draft him.
Yeah, because he's
Versus
a center. It's like, oh, we really need a center, athletic, need to get younger.
Kerr does not do well with bigs. He doesn't.
Not
Somebody
not
not
traditional ones
traditional.
anyway.
No, and Weissman fit as a traditional big.
The only time
He didn't know what to do with him.
the only time he'll take on a rim running big is if he's already a veteran that's been humbled like JaVale McGee or something.
And still, that's bit minutes.
Huge.
You know what I'm saying? You don't really care if JaVale McGee, does a Shaqtin' a Fool maneuver in some particular time when he's on the floor with you, because you're really only looking for him for 5 to 8 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes a game. He is athletic. He can get a rebound.
Yeah, but when you draft the number 1 overall, you expect that man to at some point play 30 minutes a game.
Yeah, but I don't think
you can't draft somebody number 1 and don't view him as a starter.
Oh, I'm there with you with that, but I don't think Kerr was ever really on board with him.
Like they were trying to dangle that pick, but nobody was going. They were kind of unsure with LaMelo because all they had with him was like a gimmicky high school offense, and then the Australian thing, which was whatever. But the talent was the talent. You should have just went with the ceiling.
The talent was the talent. The talent
but again, they couldn't do it because it wasn't a conventional draft year. Remember, you couldn't watch these dudes work out live.
Also, like they didn't want to send a bad message to Clay. You gonna bring another guard in here, and I'm rehabbing. I'm supposed to be back.
But they did the same thing when they brought up Poole.
Yeah,
but Poole was drafted 30th in the draft, not 1 or 2. Yeah. Poole was a late first rounder, and he was terrible. Like they hit the idea that they had for Poole was a 6th man out the rip. LaMelo is a starter, point blank, period.
Yep.
But you could have sold it though.
I mean, you.
I thought you could have. I thought you could have sold it.
But listening to how like the stuff comes out about Clay, and he's not with it. Like
Clay is very prideful, bro.
Yeah, like I don't want to say he had like diva tendencies, but
nah, I think he the other way. Like,
he takes offense for every little slight.
Yeah.
So in his mind, like, you bringing this guy in here to play what, the 2?
Right.
I must be chopped liver.
Yeah.
especially coming off of winning 3 championships.
Right.
And you just missed 1 year, and in his mind is like, I just missed 1 year. What are you doing?
Yeah, but he missed another year.
Yeah. But
you
at
didn't
that
know
point,
he was gonna miss
when
that
you
year
get
yet.
to
You
that
didn't.
point in the league, you delusional about who you are and your ability.
Yeah, but the thing about it is though, Freezy, when you have that kind of injury, right? The first one.
You
As
can
an
come back from an ACL. That
yeah,
Achilles is
absolutely. But as the organization, you can't take it for granted that he's necessarily gonna come back and be that same player.
But you know what? You know what they did though? They gave him an extension for a max during that time, as like a seed of confidence.
As a get well Clay thing, yeah.
But that wouldn't have stopped me. Remember, this is how the Knicks ended up with Jamal Crawford. Remember that. This is exactly the reason how the Knicks ended up with Jamal Crawford. They gave Allen Houston that big contract. Houston is rehabbing. When they signed Crawford, they signed Crawford thinking that Crawford was going to be a part of a 3-guard rotation with Steph and Allen as the lead guards.
Who the hell thought a microfracture surgery was a good idea?
It was the latest thing, man. It was the latest thing. And it ruined everybody. The only person who I know
only the Knicks would acquire 3 different guys with microfracture surgeries.
Yeah.
Was it Allen, McDyess, and Amari?
And Dre, and here's the thing.
And what's the name? And Anthony Hardaway.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
T-Mac did it too, didn't he?
And T-Mac.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Here's the Knicks signed Allen Houston
and Francis. My bad,
but Baron Davis too.
But when the Knicks did it, it was when the Knicks and Allen Houston were exploring it. The Jets had just went through the same thing with a dude named Andre Wadsworth. And I know y'all don't remember who this dude is and all that stuff. It's just
it wasn't the Jets, that was Tampa.
No, Andre Wadsworth, bro.
We didn't draft Andre Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Was that Atlanta? The Jets never drafted Andre Wadsworth. Are you bananas? I know the Jets. I know the Jets.
Who's the Jets?
I think that's Atlanta that drafted Wadsworth. No, we didn't draft Andre Wadsworth. No, we ain't gonna take that one on our jacket. Oh no, you ain't gonna do that to us.
If I'm wrong, I apologize.
You ain't gonna do that to us. I mean, we have a stable of losers in that time. You ain't gonna do that to us. You ain't gonna give us another one. No disrespect to Andre Wadsworth.
That man, James Dolan only valued names. He ain't put in the context about these surgeries.
It was Arizona. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right. No. The Knicks got a flood of those dudes, yo. Flood of them. Everyone. That microfracture. That was a thing. I was
Everybody was getting microfracture. Yeah,
that was amazing.
I don't think I've heard one success story. Not one.
I think Kobe was the only one because remember Kobe went to Germany
getting platelets and
right.
Did he have it? But did he have a microfracture?
I think he did.
He had blood enrichment procedure.
Yeah, the platelets. Yeah, the platelets.
Mm-hmm.
The stem cells or whatever.
Because remember, he was hurt.
Oh yeah.
And next thing you know, he dunking on Dwight Howard.
He was hurt. Come back in a few years. He dunking on like 3 people on the Nets at the same time.
That man came back and it was like a new Kobe. Like a new Kobe. I was dunking on everyone. I was like, "Whoa, what did they do to you out there in Germany?" That leg was fresh. That leg was absolutely no. I remember this distinctly. When Kobe came back, Kobe was dunking on people again.
Yep. Before he was just straight post work, and then after that, he was like taking dudes off the dribble all over again.
Yeah. He found a new life in that leg. Whatever. I mean, shout out to that too. Athletes take a pounding, yo. It is not easy to get up every day.
You talking about the mileage they've been playing at a high level since they were teenagers.
Yeah.
Early teens. Like that mileage is not the same.
It's just not. So you have to find whatever advantages you have to find to go on.
LeBron spends over $1 million on just taking care of his body a year.
He should. If you got it like that, investment. That's the investment. At the very least, that should be the very least, right? Because everything is being brought to you. It's not like you have to get up and go to the gym. The gym is at your house. It's downstairs.
It's not like
you have
food yourself.
You know what I'm saying? The chef is right there. The masseuse is right there. There is nothing that you need that's stopping you from being fit.
Like these guys getting these super maxes and still not caring about their body is wild to me. Like Joel Embiid about to get another extension, and that man, every year he come into the league, he out of shape.
I wouldn't give it to him. I watched that man lumber up and down.
If there's a GM in the league that wouldn't give it to him, it would be Daryl Morey. If there's any GM that wouldn't do it, it would be Daryl Morey.
Well, I think Morey would do it because Morey's into the stars. He's into stargazing.
Hey man, he told Harden to kick rocks, and that was his man. $100,000. Like he ain't love nobody more than he loved Harden, and he told him to kick rocks.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, after having Harden come, that's still a bit unsettling. That whole Harden Morey situation.
He didn't want to give him a max. Period.
I wouldn't have given it to him neither.
But a lot of GMs with that placed in that same situation, especially with the same like relationship that you had with him. A lot of guys wouldn't say no.
Because Harden at that time was still numbers wise was still that guy.
He put up 40 in the second round against the Celtics. He was the only reason that series went 7.
I'll give him that.
He dropped 40 in the first game. He dropped 40 in game 5.
You know what, Dre? To be fair to him in totality, I will give him that. He is the only reason why they got to where they got to in that series.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You don't get to rest on that when you historically bite the bit in the big game. In the last game.
When you say it like that, it sounds like Daryl Morey shouldn't extend or he might not extend Embiid.
Yeah, but you're not going to get there.
He didn't though. They would run him out of town if he didn't though.
Well, they've lost superstars before. They live without Iverson. They'll live. Philly will live.
They lived without Chuck.
They live without Chuck. They'll live.
Both Chucks.
Yeah. Bro, they traded Wilt, bro.
They traded Wilt.
Yeah, I mean.
They traded Moses. They'll live. Right.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest. That's the thing. It's not the greatest thing that ever happened to them. That man has he even been to a conference finals?
No.
No.
He's the only MVP to go this far in his career and never been to a conference finals.
Yep.
Never.
You can't make that up with him. I'm like, dude, you're way too talented.
I'll say this: if he doesn't decide to extend Embiid and that's the end of the process, he left them with like one of the worst contracts in the NBA, with Paul George, because that is a horrendous contract. Like this time next year, it's an albatross.
But you only sign Paul George because you fully intend to sign Embiid, or else, what the hell did you sign Paul George for? For Maxey?
Embiid is looking for his extension right now. He's extension eligible right now. And they put out the news that he's looking for it. So
they'll have to do it, but it'll have to be some, for me at least. I'm like, dude, you're the difference maker here. Like if you really, for me, why are you? I wouldn't have let him go on the plate in
Every
in
generational
Paris.
big,
I just wouldn't have.
every generational big, sir, like sees a decrease in output and volume post 30. They
Yep.
all do. And it's quick too. Like the only one that didn't completely fall off a cliff in terms of like their peak to whatever they lower down into is Tim Duncan. And Tim Duncan had to lose like 30, 40 pounds.
Yep.
Remember Tim Duncan, we saw the back half of his career with the knee brace. That man was 30, 40 pounds away from what he was in 2001, 2000.
Yeah, he was 260. Remember how big Tim Duncan was? He was 260 pounds, bro.
Well,
That
he
man,
had to. Well, he also had to get smaller because they couldn't keep up with Amari.
Those
yeah,
knees.
they had to. He had to.
Yeah, they couldn't keep up with Amari. Amari was dunking on everybody.
And now
Literally.
and I'm watching him in the Olympics and he's just hobbling around. He's not even getting defensive rebounds because he physically can't get them anymore.
Yep. I think that's why they let him. I think that's the reason why they let him go. To put him on the grandest stage to let him know he's not worth a full max.
Cause hey man, even the games that they won, like the one game that Embiid had like a really good game, like I think against Jokic,
Yeah.
when he was doing the pull-up jumpers, he only had 4 rebounds that game. And like on the other end, he was in the middle of nowhere and like he couldn't vacate areas to go get rebounds. Like that dunk he had off the baseline, it took every ounce of his athleticism to get that dunk.
Yep.
And then after that, he had to do a flip.
Yeah.
Because he's terrified of landing on that knee. That's why he did it.
Yeah. He was out there looking like Elijah Wan.
Oh no, man. Raptors Elijah Wan?
No, the
96 blue Elijah Wan when they had
the blue and red Rocket uniform, the cartoon.
Yeah, with the
uniform.
pinstripes.
Yeah.
Oh, them
cartoon
ugly ass uniform.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah.
The Pippen and Charles Barkley Rockets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, really Charles Barkley and what's his name?
Scottie Pippen.
Clyde Drexler. Scottie Pippen was a little bit after that, I believe.
Yeah, because Drexler and Pippen never played together.
Yeah. They brought Pippen in with the bad back after that.
Yep.
Then his back got even worse from Portland.
Yep. So AD, what did the Knicks do? What did the Knicks do right now? Do you entertain a Joel Embiid type scenario?
I think he's away from his headset right
AD warming up hot pockets, bro. AD did warming up. Hey, yo, AD told me something yesterday hurt my heart so bad. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna say it while he away from his headset, but yeah, AD said something that hurt my soul yesterday, bro. But Dre, do you consider Joel Embiid a Joel Embiid trade?
No, not now.
Not even a cheap
I mean, I don't even. Well, number one, we ain't got the assets for it. We ain't got the assets for that.
For Joel Embiid?
No, we all out. You saw how long Daryl Morey waited to trade Ben Simmons until he got what he wanted.
Yeah.
Facts.
So like trying to like trade for him, we already emptied the tank in terms of first rounders.
Hold on. Freezy, you would trade for Embiid?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm just asking.
No. I'm not trading for any big man that's over 28 years old. So no matter, I don't care who it is. If you're 28 right now, you're off my radar.
In today's league, at that.
Yeah.
Where you got these dudes, you got to chase these guys with the 3-point line. If you notice, like even when we played the Sixers in the regular season, Embiid was not trying to move at all.
Nope.
He was just trying to play defense in a space. He was trying to zone up at all times, which is why, like, the way the league is headed, in the East, I'm not saying Miles Turner is anywhere on the same level as competing with Joel Embiid, but the fact he's going to have to make him work just enough to keep up production at his age with those legs, it's just a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, they're gonna have to low manage him. He got to not care about awards, but all he does is care about awards. So that's all he has.
Because he cares about legacy.
That's the sole reason he was even in the Olympics.
Yep.
Because he has no NBA championship. When he didn't win MVP, he started crying about it.
Yep.
Like, all he cares
You
is
mean when they hung the banner? When they hung the MVP banner?
Yeah. Oh my God, he was crying so bad.
I'm like, dude, where do we do that at? Since when did we start hanging MVP banners?
We don't have championship banners, bro.
That man, every time Jokic did anything, that man was hating. He was hating on the low, but he would pretend like it wasn't. And you know what's kind of funny about, like, Embiid? He hasn't played a game in Denver in 5 years. On purpose.
Wow. Well, is that altitude related or pettiness?
Both.
Oh God.
He doesn't want to play in the altitude because that requires a certain amount of in shapeness, if that even makes sense. And also, like, it's Jokic. He don't want to see that, man. Like, he'll play him in Philly. He plays him in Philly every year. But the moment you got to go to Denver, no, I'm not playing. I'm sitting out. Whatever it is.
It's why I never compared it to, because I'm like, yo, you have to be sick in your mind to think you would ever take Embiid over Joker.
No.
You gotta be sick in your mind. Like, seriously, there is no comparison. Just to that point alone, you would think. I remember, right? Shout out to the late Big Red Walton. Walton said he used to get up every morning dreaming about Jabbar as he's lifting weights. Jabbar. That's your contemporary. That's the dude that in your time, that's your guy.
Pat wasn't dunking nobody.
Yeah, that's your guy that you measure yourself against. You're going to tell me you haven't played in Denver in 5 years? That's disgusting.
Yeah, he legitimately hasn't played in Denver. They had a Christmas game and he dunked it last year.
Speaking of Pat,
he just be like, oh, I got some sort of ache and pain. Let me sit this one out, and then he'll show up the next game.
Is Joel Embiid better than Pat Ewing?
All time?
Yeah.
No. He may have like a higher ceiling, maybe. Like an individual, like a greatest year. Because he averaged like what, 33, 35 last year or something like that. Some ridiculous. But who knows? Patrick could probably put up those statistics too in this era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because in a slower pace, that man put up like 29 points per game.
Yeah.
As a focal point in an offense.
Without zero offensive weapons.
Pat never got to use the excuse of having his knee cleaned up every year for 15 straight years.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? He never got to use those excuses.
Right.
You know, that's a part of Joel Embiid's storyline. You know,
he said freak injuries are the reason why. You never know. Oh my God.
Pat has a cleanup surgery after every Knicks season.
Yeah.
No matter what they said, it's just bone chips, just floating tissue.
You remember the year he had fluid drained off both knees? Remember that? I think that was
going year.
And he actually tried to keep himself in shape too. Like he tried. But there's only so much you can do if you're doing cleanups in your knee every off season.
You know what I'm saying? So there's recuperating time, and then you got to get yourself back in shape.
And you need conditioning because when it's playoff time, Pat is playing 42 minutes.
Yep.
What people say, sweat like Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
3 minutes into the game, he
used to call him
worked up a full sweat.
Bro, and and I think the era that Pat Ewing played basketball is the greatest sneaker era ever. But they were terrible for your ankles and knees, bro. Like, I legit think that era of Pat Ewing basketball from 85 to 2002, I think the world furnished some of the best looking sneakers ever made.
Shoe technology didn't really pick up until like the Jordan 7. And even then, they were like rudimentary compared to the stuff out now.
And one could even say that technology didn't really take itself serious until LeBron's Zoom Soldier started coming out. Right, where you start hearing things like you never heard before, like toe box. Like, I never knew what a toe box was until
I think it started getting serious around when MJ went to the Wizards. Around then, where you started seeing those futuristic looking shoes with all the padding and all this type of tech on the bottom.
Also, in that era, you didn't have microscopic surgery.
No.
Right.
Guys wasn't getting, you know what I mean? You got guys who was hurt, that got hurt and stuff like that, but you didn't have that rash of just all of a sudden, like, you didn't lose Iverson to injury.
Right.
You didn't lose Ray Allen to injury. You didn't lose none of those guys to injury for major parts of their careers, for KG, right. Rasheed Wallace. They're big. You know, you didn't lose them to those major those things during those eras. Was it the shoes?
Yeah, maybe it's the shoes, or maybe it's maintenance, like identifying and maybe it's like part of it is training the right way as well. Like, I think players trained a specific way back in the day, but it got more specified in terms of what you need to do day in and day out to keep yourself ready for an 82 game season.
Right.
And as time keeps passing, it gets better and better. But I think even now, because the game has been so overly specialized and trained, like, dudes are getting hurt because they're pushing the human body to the limits now.
Right.
Like I was watching a video and Patrick Beverly says Kawhi only gets hurt because he overworks out. He works out too much. That's what he said. He said Pat Beverly said he's always in the gym, and I think he gets hurt because he lifts too many weights. Like, he overworks himself because he's a workaholic.
I don't know, bro.
And I'm just going with what he said. Patrick Beverly said he worked out with Kawhi.
Right.
And he's the first one in, and he's doing everything. He's lifting weights. He's doing shoot arounds. He's doing he's doing calisthenics. He's doing everything. And he says, like, and he does it every day. And Pat is like, I don't think he's giving his body a chance to, like, recover or heal or do anything.
You think that's the case for a lot of NBA athletes, though?
I think there's overtraining at a certain point. Remember when I said there's not that much tread on the tire left?
Yeah.
A lot of, like, kids are, this could be applicable to baseball, it could be applicable to football for other reasons, but, like, kids are too focused in on one particular sport and trained in it from the time they're like 10. That's all they're gonna do. They're gonna hoop.
Specialized versus cross trainer.
Yeah, and because you're not making your body versatile, you're wearing out particular parts of your body faster. It's like I'm seeing guys like when you see the AAU circuit, these kids playing 6-7 games in one day in the AAU.
Yep.
That's too many games.
I'm
Yep.
saying, but
I
and I'm saying,
mean,
yeah,
at
like
high level competition,
six. I'm
some
so serious. AAU games, they be playing 6 games in one day at 12, 13, 14 years old.
well, okay, for the little kids, that's too many games. For the young people that's still developing, their bodies are still developing, you're doing too much.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially for the young kids that's gonna get big. You
And
know what I
then
mean?
when they add in these muscles and getting taller, and then you get the strenuous stuff, and then when they come to the league, their body's already worn out by the time they're 25.
Like I said, I looked at Wemby the other day, and I just kept going, wow, wow. Did that 7'4" man do a step back between his legs, cross over for 3 to win it?
And it didn't look clunky at all. Like it just,
At all.
it
First
looked
of
like
all,
somebody that was 6'5" doing it.
let me point out to Victor Wembanyama, dog, you can't be the number 1 pick in the draft and not have a haircut. What the fuck? What are we doing?
Hey man, he's French, man. Like they don't look. Name all the French dudes. None of them dudes got fresh lineups. Tony Parker ain't never had no fresh line. Batum ain't never had no fresh line.
You the number 1 pick, bro. You supposed to have 360s, bro. What are we even talking about, bro? You supposed to be on the internet talking about how you wavelicious, bro, when you the number 1 pick. Right,
Hey,
but
man.
he not that guy. I think he's
Some of the greats don't care about that, man.
he
Hey,
an intellect, bro.
Tim Duncan ain't never had no lineup.
Right.
He was the number 1 pick.
Look, if that man was your son right now, you'd walk around with his face on a medallion, cross your chest right now. 10 inches long, 10 inches wide, like, see that right there? That's the truth. That's the future. What?
AD must not know how I deal with my sons, bro. My sons are different, bro. I'm just gonna say that, and I'm gonna leave it right there, bro. I'm gonna say that. I would just leave it right there.
Oh my God, that boy right there! Whoa! I was like,
I don't have no words to describe.
I don't have no words for that man.
We like Freezy said, like the last big that moved like him at that height was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
If you give him 2 dribbles, right? If you give him 2 dribbles in the lane, whoever's guarding him, I saw him kind of start to perfect this. It doesn't matter. He's going to extend to the goal, and you can't stop him without fouling him from extending to the goal. And he's so long, his extension is a tip dunk. At the very least, he's going to dunk it.
Yeah.
Man, I'm keep it real with you. Like there was a couple moves he did on Embiid. He made Embiid look like he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Embiid has 100 pounds on him, and he backed him up, went to his move, and there was nothing Embiid could do. Embiid is a 7'1", 300-pound center.
Yeah.
And he just made him look like
because you can't stop his arms from extending.
Man, it was freezing. It was like seeing the T2 Terminator to the T1.
Yeah. Yeah.
We saw the future, but there's another future.
No, I'm like, that dude right there. I'm like, no, he's different.
And then he has the mentality too.
Yeah, he's mean.
Like they asked him, he's like, I'm worried for my opponents. And they asked him, FIBA or the NBA? He said everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Bro, the dude is no joke. My fear is that there are going to be more of these guys coming, Not Wemby per se, not good like him. I'm talking about the archetype.
Like 7-footers, extremely skilled, like more Chet Holmgrens.
Yeah. Or the dude that's coming out of Duke, bro. The dude is
that Sudanese kid.
Bro, that dude is 250, moving like he's 205. Oh my God. Bro.
Hey man, we better try to win a championship in these next 3-4 years, because we're gonna have to get one of those in order to compete.
You're gonna have to, yeah. You're gonna have to be like the Houston Rockets. Get your championships out the way before Shaq mature, bro. That's just what it is, man. But but ultimately though, I don't think the Knicks are in a situation where even Wembanyama, he not gonna win a chip for at least
three.
At least
three.
Yeah.
But that year 5,
yeah.
No.
But by that time, Randle might be gone. Brunson might be. I mean, you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
But for us, you know what I'm saying? It depends on how this championship run goes. But AD, I wanted to talk to you about this about this thing, man. How long are you gonna give this front office before you start questioning should they stay or should they go? How long before they win a championship?
I'm gonna give them Tibbs extension. I'm gonna give them the 3 years.
So 4 years from today.
3 years from today.
No, his extension will kick in until after this season.
Okay, so I'm gonna give them the full 4.
Ooh.
Unless something unforeseen happens,
right,
I'm gonna give them the full 4. I believe in continuity. I've seen where teams had to, struggle a little bit. They lost, come back. That's happened to us 2 years in a row. So we're kind of like the wonder wheel is kind of like coming back now for us to get off,
right,
and to win. So I don't want to. Thibodeau know what it is. You don't trade for Mikal Bridges. You don't sign OG Anunoby to 200. You know what I mean? To be like, oh, we're just here to make the playoffs. No, we've done that. It's about winning the championship. So I'm willing to, as long as we're trying to win the championship, I'm willing to give them Thibodeau's full ride.
Hey, we went out and got players that Thibodeau can use. Go use them.
Right. So what if they don't win a chip, but they go to the finals twice? Would that suffice?
No. I mean, it would suffice as far as guys keeping their jobs. Absolutely. How do you get to the finals in 2 years, 2 times in 4 years, or 5 or 6 years, and you don't keep your job?
But does it? Because I've seen a couple head coaches win the finals in the recent years and get fired.
Yeah, but it's always extenuating circumstances. It's never basketball related. When Budenholzer got fired, it wasn't basketball related. It couldn't be basketball related. He just won the finals the year before that. Couldn't be, right? So it had to be something. It had to be something else. Vogel the same thing. Did they fire Vogel because of basketball related? How could it be? He just won the finals the previous year. What did he not remember that you think that should have given you the edge to win it?
Right.
Versus guys getting better, versus the rise of Joker. That would be blindsided. It'd be blindsided to think that it's Vogel's fault that Joker has ripped and laid the F apart over these last 2-3 years.
Okay.
And you're talking about this past year, AD played 70, did he play like 71, 72 games?
Yeah, he played a bunch of games this year.
Played a bunch of games, had a hell of a season.
Right.
Back-to-back seasons, and guess what? Ain't got nothing for them.
Their role players stink, though.
Okay, but they weren't saying that when they got to the Western Conference Finals now 2 years ago.
It's funny they changing these rosters around. AD is at his best when he's at the 4.
Yep.
He don't even want to be a center for real.
No, but their roster construction is poor because Rui Hachimura is not an effective 3. He's more of a combo 3/4 in matchup dependent. And Jarrett Vanderbilt is a 4/5
if depending on matchups.
depending on matchups. Yeah. But and he's at his best when he can freelance. When he can play freely, you see him make amazing athletic plays and contribute. Right.
But none of those guys are complementary towards AD and the way AD wants to play.
Or LeBron.
Because they're not knockdown shooters, right? Offensively, they're not knockdown shooters, and that's what LeBron needs. But here's the thing with that. That fit better, that narrative fit better when he was younger and he could still really defend his position. He wasn't weak and cover. They need to be more defensive oriented. They need more 3-and-D type guys. They don't have that. They don't.
Especially in the backcourt.
And this I'll say for AD. Yes, you're better at the 4. I get it, you don't want to play the 5. At some point of the game, man, you have to go up against you have to go up against Joker. Okay, when you have to go up against that next team's best player, it doesn't matter. See what I'm saying? You have to be. It's your fucking job. It's your job.
You can't.
There's no excuses there.
Complain about not getting defensive player of the year and you not trying to check the best big in the world.
Exactly. That's bananas to
had
me.
a Rui cover him and then let AD free roam, which I understand. But if you're gonna do that, then get a real center then.
Yeah, but at some point in time, you're gonna have to go mano a mano at some point. You can't run from him forever.
Yeah.
Because guess what? He is seeking you out.
It's just so funny the way like Jokic does it. Like the way Jokic even targets it's no funny business. It's straight right. I'm gonna get right to the hoop.
Right.
Stop me. and I'm gonna put up this hook shot or this push shot. There's no fancy businesses. There's no tricks. There's no gimmicks.
No.
It's I'm gonna put my shoulder in your chest. I'm gonna get this push shot and this hook shot off. Stop me. And if you commit too much, well, then you're gonna get beat over the head with a pass.
You're gonna get beat over the head with a pass, and it's very easy for him.
Right.
It's very easy for him when they're playing like, especially for him. I'm like, God, Jesus Christ, this dude you can't move him off his spot. He can play pick and roll. He can fade for the 3. He has the ugliest 3-point looking shot you will ever see, but good God, he will drain it in your face.
And if you still cover it correctly, he gonna hit like some one-legged the soundboard shuffle. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
He got his bronze medal off the soundboard shuffle.
He can bring it up. He can lead the break. He's there every night. I'm like,
he don't miss games.
You take it for granted when a dude is there every night. Like this dude is there every night.
Right.
And this is this thing that kind of gets lost in the shuffle. He actually cares to try to take care of his body. Like he came in the league overweight and he changed his body year over year over year. It may not look pretty, but he's losing weight. Like even now, he's still losing weight.
Yeah.
To keep up.
AD, you know who I think he reminds me of. I'm gonna say this name.
Ruland.
He is Jeff Ruland, bro. I swear to God, bro.
All roads lead to Jeff
he reminds me of Sabonis, yo.
Yo, you know, there was a year when Jeff Ruland averaged like, I think Jeff Ruland for his career might average like 5 assists a game, bro. Like Jeff Ruland was that dude, bro.
You don't give
you
Bill Walton Freezy on offense?
No.
On offense alone.
So. No, I don't think he Bill Walton on offense. I think Bill Walton was more athletic. He wasn't as strong. And Bill Walton was, I'm not gonna say foot speed, I'm just gonna say area quickness, like short area, like tight end quickness.
Agility.
Yeah, and Dexter, he had that. Bill Walton had that. Now he wasn't gonna run like he was Ralph Sampson. That's not what I'm saying. But I
was thinking about his passing ability because that's what people compare it. But
I think Jeff Ruland is a better passer than Bill Walton, bro. I think what's the name though? Bill Walton had a higher basketball IQ than Jeff Ruland. Like he could think the game and manipulate but in terms of putting the ball on the money, bro, Jeff Ruland. I'm not saying Jeff Ruland is a top center all time. Let me see Jeff Ruland numbers. Let me see if I can find them.
He's like Jokic is like a perfected version of Vlade.
Yeah. I could see
like
that.
if Vlade did everything correctly.
Right. Yeah.
Play big.
Anyway, fellas, I gotta run, yo.
Peace, AB.
Chopping a bit up with y'all. Freezy, Dre, Nick Nation, salute.
Dre, that man trying to tell me about Meldrick Taylor, bro. Oh my God. That man tried to tell me about Meldrick Taylor. I'm still upset with that. But Jeff Ruland was that guy, bro. For a short stretch, I think Jeff Ruland played. Let me see how many seasons he played. So it looked like he played about 8 seasons, parts of 8 seasons. But there was a stretch like during the Bernard King era where that dude was dynamite, bro. Yeah, 1 year I think he finished. He got MVP votes 2 years. AD don't like him. I want to give respect to everybody that played.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? If you contributed, I want to give you credit for that. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Jeff Ruland was that guy. I think that's who Jokic reminds me of. Like a guy that can anchor in a spot, whether it's top of the key or in the post, and do everything you want your big to do. Dribble, pass, shoot, screen, whatever you want him to do, he can do it from wherever you put him at. So, and a lot of guys can't do that. Like Pat Ewing couldn't even do that. Pat Ewing at the top of the key, he like a fish out of water. But everywhere else, though, he was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a special ability, and like I think it's just something like it's almost like comparing quarterbacks. Like some are great in the short to intermediate area.
Yep, Steve Young. Yep.
Some have an amazing deep ball.
Aaron Rodgers, yeah.
Some can do it all and run.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. So real quick, man, before I get out of here, because I got some HR stuff at like 8:30. Right. How good in your mind is the Jets offense with Aaron Rodgers?
I think Aaron Rodgers is probably going to perform somewhere in the 8 to 12 best quarterback range, which would probably with our revamped offensive line. Of course, health matters and our weapons. I think we could have like a top 10 offense, like maybe somewhere around 6, 7, 8. I don't think we're going to have the best offense, but with our defense, we don't need to have the best offense. We just need a serviceable one. And I think that Aaron Rodgers and his ability and IQ, and I think he can steer this team to having a top 10 offense. I won't jump out the window and say we have a top 3 offense and we'll have it all figured out. Even though I believe in Brees Hall and Garrett Wilson a lot, and I think part of it has to do with a lot of health. Like a lot, it has to fall in our favor. But I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be top top 8 offense.
Okay.
But with this defense, that's all you need. You need middle of the pack with this defense. We were out here struggling with the worst defense and worst offense in football for several years.
I'll say this about the Jets, right? From the stuff that I see on YouTube and the internet. I think that kid, Garrett Wilson, this season can break the all-time single season receiving record for yards. And only because it's a 17 game season. Right? I think when you look at the quality of quarterbacks, of guys that chase that record, I don't know. Jerry Rice had the record for a long time. Right? And then Randy Moss, I think Randy Moss obliterated it when he had Tom Brady. And I think others came close to the record.
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, Calvin Johnson and Matthew Stafford. I think Garrett Wilson will obliterate that record. I think Garrett Wilson is probably top 3 at his position.
Ooh,
I think
talent wise, maybe, but I can't put him above Tyreek.
Right. But you know why
Jefferson,
you can't put him. You know why you can't see it, right?
I mean, I can see it, but I don't think you have to put in the work to do that.
Some would say he's been putting in the work, but the quarterbacks he's been playing with have not.
Yeah,
I think
been absolutely terrible.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson. I think Garrett Wilson was 3rd in targets in the NFL the last 2 seasons or so.
He's 3rd, yeah.
And the quarterbacks have been mid or terrible.
Mid is putting it nicely.
Yeah, I think now I'm not saying that the Jets are going to be similar to Bear Force One, who Bear Force One is going to be top 6 in offense and defense, right? But I do think you're going to see like a huge. I think the Jets are probably going to be top 4 in offense because when you look at their schedule, bro.
Yeah, it's looking kind of soft.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And so
in our first game, we going against the Niners without Ayuk and what's his name? McCaffrey has a calf injury and those linger.
And Brandon and the Steelers and the 49ers agreed to trade to a trade today or last night, but they hadn't agreed to terms.
Yeah, like he's forcing them to figure it out, but like 49ers want to get back a player or somebody can catch the ball. Like they want a playmaker, but they're not gonna get that from the Steelers.
Yeah.
It's over.
No, they ain't going.
They trying to drag it through the media so they can get some leverage, but it's not working.
But the Steelers want the Steelers want to win too. So they don't want to trade away talent because they feel like they can win the division.
Yeah, they want to piece them up with George Pickens.
Yeah,
right. Like, why would they do them that favor? So yeah, that's why they've been like struggling to find a way. Like, and then they tried to go do the Browns trade so they can go get what's his name from that team, Amari Cooper. At least try to get him back. But
to send to the 49ers.
Yep, but he said no. He ain't want to go to the Browns.
Yeah. He
wants the Steelers for whatever reason.
He want to play with Justin Fields, bro. I don't know why.
I mean, the way you talk Justin Fields up, maybe there's something I'm missing. A bully with the hate.
Relax, bro. Bully, how about y'all stop giving out knee injuries? Giants fans in the building, all Giants fans just give out.
I would be
Giants
mad
fans,
too if Daniel Jones was my quarterback. I'm not gonna lie.
Bully, the Giants fans is like Oprah with the knee injuries. You get a knee injury and you get a knee injury. Yo, that's wild, bro. The only one not hurt is Malik Neighbors. Like, they receivers. He the only one, like, Bully, legit, he the only one, like, not even hurt, I guess. Unless something happened recently.
You can't talk about the golden child over there, man.
And
they
I don't even know.
They think he OBJ all over again.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out why they call that man Danny Dimes when they paying that man $50 million a year or $40 million a year, bro. Why you call him Dimes when he making all that? Yo, y'all can't even sign him. Y'all had to trade away a pass rusher. I mean, no, he did. They traded for a pass rusher, right? They traded for Brian Burns, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, but that's all I got, man. I just wanted to ask you about the Jets offense, man. To see what you thought about Garrett Wilson. Because I think if they get into games where they're blowing teams out, I think Breece Hall is going to eat. And if Aaron Rodgers has to throw the ball all over the yard, Aaron Rodgers is built to play in outdoor conditions. So you're not going to talk about how the ball is moving all around the field.
And
with
this
Aaron Rodgers
would be a breeze. New York a breeze compared to Green Bay.
To compare to where he's coming from. Yeah. So it's not like Aaron Rodgers is not used to the elements like other Jets quarterbacks when you get to end of October through January. They won't have any issues.
Nah. I think and by that point, hopefully the offense is humming.
Right. So I think Caleb Williams, just real quick, is going to finish as a top 10 fantasy quarterback. And I think and I think you're going to see
he must be getting a lot of rushing touchdowns.
No.
Well, no. You said top 10 quarterback. Yeah. I thought you meant overall quarterback. And yeah.
Nah. My guy Caleb Williams is super accurate. I've been trying to tell people that.
Coach disagreeing, I think.
Coach don't know nothing about he don't know football, bro. Like, he a Tampa fan. Bro, their quarterback name is Baker, right? Not Sam Baker. Not bro, they legit have a 6-foot quarterback that plays 6'5", right? Yes. The dude, all Baker Mayfield is Mark Sanchez with receivers. That's it. Yeah, and I think they wear the same number, right?
Does he wear 6? Yeah,
he wears number 6. Yeah.
That man coach gonna blow your phone up, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sleeping like 4 minutes anyway. But hey, everybody, thank y'all for coming through and rocking with us. And during the conversation about these Knicks that we love, starting off talking about offense and how you don't need a floor general in order to get into great offense and solutions for things that may or may not, prevent the Knicks from being hyper efficient. So thank y'all for hanging out with us, man. Peace, everybody.
Peace.